Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Misty Mountain Streaming. As usual, I am Rob, the D&D wannabe, back to entertain you by proxy through these much more interesting and suddenly much more colorful, fascinating people surrounding me on the screen. How is everybody doing tonight? Let's see who we got into chat tonight. Irish Mac, first to the stream. That's a trend for you at this point, I think. Let's see, of course, we got our lovely ladies in the chat. Over Numerousness is back. Doomed Muffin, first time chat. Hey, glad to see you here. Robin Taylor 92, first time in the chat. Is that Solaire dancing? That is amazing. I love that dude. Yeah, I'm going to have to steal that emote at some point. All right, well, as usual, we're going to start off by saying hello to people that haven't been said hello to yet. Since our last stream on Monday, we have a new follower, Hydra Chicken. I at first thought that said Hydro Chicken, and now that I know that it's Hydra Chicken, it's much more terrifying. Karimicus the Wraith, thank you for the follow. 8-Bit Beard. That sounds a lot easier to tend, actually. I should probably think about investing. Thank you for the follow. And this one's a tough one. Someone correct me. Mike Kraftchick followed us just a few hours ago. Thank you for joining. And, of course, Doomed Muffin. Thank you for being here, and I'm sorry that you are doomed. That's unfortunate. So this is our second and probably last session of Wedding Crashers. Last week you guys met the Channel Point community goal to have something exciting happen tonight, so we're all looking forward to that, I'm sure. Me most or least of all, depending on your perspective. And the people who are going to have to deal with all of the stuff that I and they get up to should probably be given a chance to introduce themselves. I try and start with someone else every time, and I don't think I've done Tsuki yet.
Oh, hello! I'm Tsuki. Definitely not stuffing my face right now. Hi, I'm Tsuki. I'm a VTuber. I'm a voice actor. And tonight, I'm a goblin barbarian.
That you are. And a deceitful little goblin barbarian as things have gone. I wonder if that will continue or not.
We shall see.
Let's go down to the horns. Say hi, Tyler.
Hi. I think I may be impartially to blame for the fact that, there's costume going on, because basically I went to Maddie and was like, I'm going to dress up as this, and Maddie went, I will too. So here we are. Yeah. So here we are. You get to see me looking different than every other week. Oh, and Cheesecake Panda, if you haven't been here. I'm on pretty much any social media that has Cheesecake Panda is probably me. So
Any rats with you yet?
No, because they all have quite a bit of white on them, and I don't want to make them, look like a nice piece of buttered popcorn.
Yeah, probably wise. Well, as far as pieces of buttered popcorn go, you look amazing. Speaking of looking amazing, hey, Maddie.
Stop it. Hello. I'm Maddie Mademoiselle. I like to wear wigs. I like to put things on my face like makeup and false lashes. And I'm playing a half-elf bard tonight with a southern accent.
Who can apparently get down with the best of them when it comes to musically entertaining people.
Heck yeah.
Is that a 31 last Monday, I think? Your performance
31.
Check?
One of the highest rolls I've ever done in my whole life.
On our YouTube channel, it might be going up next Monday. I made a video on DCs and how you should run them, and we don't talk about numbers above 30. So
They
that
don't
tells
happen
you how high
often.
that is. That was incredible. It always stands out when someone's character is that good at something,
I was very
even
proud
if
of
it's
my
just
little
for a
girl.
moment. A couple of announcements before we roll dice. Speaking of which, does everybody have their dice? I have neglected to get mine out. I got the big boy,
Muffled.
so you'll probably hear that hit the desk, and then a bunch of little metal ones because I do metal.
I've got my jail in case we have any misbehaving dice tonight, too.
Surely not. They wouldn't dare.
They wouldn't dare.
You got to train them upright, and you don't have to use the kennel. You know.
Right? It's all about, letting them know what expectations you have set, talking to them beforehand.
It's important to have boundaries and to understand where those boundaries are, and it starts at a 9.
Exactly.
Let's see. Announcements for you guys this week. Crawdad King of Mars is in the chat now. Hello. Ravenheart has made it. There we go. Now we have some matriarchal drow energy in the chat, as we always need.
I know.
Doomed Muffin, you don't like metal dice? If you throw them hard enough, they roll. They're my favorite. I want people to know when I've rolled something. Alright, announcements. Anyway, as per usual on this channel, as you watch, you will accrue channel points. They're called inspiration. They're down below the chat. You can use them to help or hinder our adventuring party if you want to be a sweetheart or a little shit like me. Inspiration, you can give them guidance towards skill checks, inspiration towards anything, or you can throw extra monsters at them, which I have here. We've already had someone take advantage of that, so looking forward to that. Excuse me. Let's see. I need to thank Alexander Nakarada. We will be hearing some music here in a little bit. You heard it as well on the Starting Soon page. That is Land of Pirates, one of his original compositions. We at Misty Mountain Gaming use his music for virtually everything. He is awesome. If you are planning up your next little session or dreaming up your next character, go to Serpent Sound Studios, look him up on Spotify or YouTube Music. Lots of inspirational jams there. We should have our D&D Beyond overlay working. If you look over on what is probably to you the left-hand side of the screen, there will be information on all of the characters tonight, where you can see what they can do, watch what they get up to, and watch as those hit points tick away, as they probably won't do. Why would they do that?
We're too tough.
Too tough.
Can't get us.
Shout out, by the way, to that dude Daniel here in the chat.
My dude.
That dude Daniel, you know that dude. They took a clip during our stream last week, and that clip, which was me shouting Divine Smite in a ridiculous voice, won our little clip contest. If you want us to select your clip, feature it on Misty Mountain Gaming social media, and get the recognition you deserve for paying good attention while the stream is going on, take a clip. We will see it on our Twitch page. Everyone can see it on our Twitch page. Me and the players will look at them all, cast our votes as to which is the most memorable, and then share that with the world. Oh, let's see. One last thing to mention is that we have a subscriber goal for the channel now. Apparently, I suck at making it very visible to everyone, but we do have a subscriber count up there in the corner. When that number reaches 150, my boss is going to make me, because it will take him making me, do a special effects cosplay makeup tutorial. Someone will be sitting with me showing me what to do, and I will be trying to recreate their work, and I will do a terrible job. I might have to shave for it. So yeah, any and all of that look forward to. So the sooner you want to see that happen, the higher that number needs to get. Yeah, I'm privately dreading that. It's somewhat distracting, actually.
You're gonna look amazing.
I'm sure, but I like my beard, and something tells me beards are not numerous. No!
Over and over, it's me! Let's go!
Yeah!
I fucking knew it.
That didn't take long.
Let's go!
Oh my
You
gosh.
could always do like a glitter
boy.
beard if you wanted
I
to
love
include
you
the
so
beard.
That's true. I think it's probably going to be Oh My Sophie doing
Rob,
the
you're
tutorial.
muted. Oh, no, I'm muted.
Okay. It's probably going to be Oh My Sophie doing the tutorial with me. She's amazing. She's our marketing director here. She knows what she's doing. I do not. So I'm very excited and nervous. Thank you, Limes, for the follow, and thank you so much, Over Numerousness, for getting us kickstarted here. 20 community sub-gifts. Lord.
He's amazing.
I'm in danger. Can any of you girls think of anything that I'm forgetting while I take a sip of my sip stuff?
No, but I did answer to, I think it was, I don't know where it went now, but I think it was Irish Mac who asked that, I think next week or the week after we're going back to Drow campaign, but for right now you get all of us. So
Yes, so let me express some that jingle. It's such a good little jingle. I don't know if y'all can hear it, but every time someone subscribes, it's literally music to my ears. Let me express a little bit of what's coming up for the channel before we get started then. I'll try and make it quick because I know, we have dice to roll. This is intended to be the last session of Wedding Crashers. We're going to try and get through it tonight, and if we don't get through it tonight, we will keep going a little bit until I either kill everyone or they kill me. Or we can have a completely peaceful resolution and just enjoy a nice wedding. What are the odds?
Eric in the party. It's going to be hard to kill everyone.
True. This Friday, I have company coming over for a thing that has been planned for months now. So I will not be live streaming. I will be with you guys in the chat. I'm going to come up here and click a button that says go, and we will play the recorded episode of Monster Mash, where these people on the screen, as well as Banjo, all play through an incredible session where the only reason you guys haven't seen it yet is because I personally have some audio issues. They don't take away at all from the amazingness that is my great players.
So much fun.
And it's chaotic. This was my introduction to playing with Maddy and Tsuki. And specifically, I think I would have been so much less prepared for Knob's antics if I didn't meet B beforehand. I strongly recommend everybody to come check that out on Friday. On Monday, we will be getting back to the Rhymehold ritual. And we are going to continue with the Rhymehold ritual until the Rhymehold ritual is done on Monday nights. I'm hoping that no one else... The only reason we stopped the Rhymehold ritual even temporarily was because one of our players is far from internet connection and the setup that they would prefer to stream from for your benefit. And when she returns, we'll get right back to it. There is more exciting Rhymehold news. I'm discussing having... I'm stumbling over my words tonight. I think we're going to have a guest cameo in the Rhymehold ritual.
Ooh, that's so cool.
Misty has been talking to someone from the voice acting community to come in and be a character for us. They've tentatively agreed, and it's now just kind of a question of when the story would lead us to meet this character and if they will be available on that day. So keep your fingers crossed.
That's really
we're looking
cool.
forward to it.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Ravenheart Ravenheart knows of this individual. I'm excited because I used to play League of Legends for years coming off of college, and they've done some work for League. So I think that's
Oh my God.
really cool.
That's really, really cool.
Yes, Steve is very proud of himself for having been told things.
Secret.
Rob, you haven't told me anything about this?
I'm not. But if this goes well, this shouldn't be the only time that we get to work with cool people.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so excited.
I'm
not even in the fucking freaking campaign, and I'm just like...
How do you think I feel? I'm gonna run for these people. Like I live in Podunk, Alabama. I'm streaming from a defunct hair salon.
Just wait on that day if that happens and we get the voice actor stuff. Just wait, like one little goblin is just gonna show up, randomly out of nowhere.
Hello, bitches.
Let's see, I'm going to click away from this screen for just a second. Something's popped up on my computer that I really feel like I should look at. Yep, I will respond to that later. Where is the button? Boom.
The button.
I mean, it is. I could knock this wall down and you would see some, like, grody 60s, like, hair salon wallpaper. I've shown it to the girls. They know.
We've seen it.
It's pretty bad.
Okay.
There wasn't enough hair for my skin.
Just quick reminder for people on the stream who might be thinking about giving inspiration to people. Who has inspiration from last time?
I do. I have
I
one.
think we all do.
Okay.
I have
Yeah,
an inspiration
yeah.
and a guidance. I have one of each.
Okay. So remember,
I
guidance.
think I have a guidance, not inspiration, but I don't know the difference.
Okay.
I used up my guidances.
Inspiration means you can re-roll. We're using it like that. That you can re-roll one roll if you want. And guidance is, are we doing
D4?
D4?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool.
And guidance works on skill checks. Inspiration works on everything.
Okay.
Right. Yes, people explaining our mechanics in the chat. I'm glad y'all pay attention. Nautical Light Bulb. For the first 500 subscribe special, Rob DMs a one-shot whilst getting an immaculate shaven haircut. Just for the immaculate shaven haircut, I would do it.
Yes.
500 subs, shave your whole head.
We're already at 101. Man, over numerousness showing out.
I mean, for 500 subs, I'd shave my whole head.
You're a VTuber.
Get rid of all this hair. Just have ears.
I
could turn off all of my hair.
Oh, mercy. Then the answer to my ears
the
question will
easiest
finally
shave.
be answered.
Oh, you really don't want to see it.
Okay, we're almost at 20 minutes into the stream. You guys want to play some D&D?
Oh, is that why
Let's
we're
do
here?
it.
Yeah, I think so. Why did you show up?
I thought
You
we
know,
were here to
I
all
thought there was
shave our
gonna
head.
free. Yeah.
I thought we were all getting an immaculate shaven haircut.
Then I can. Yeah.
Well, celebratory wig throw at the end of the session or something.
Yep.
Yeah, that's gonna
I hope
hurt
so.
my ass. Oh. Rob, okay, before I gotta say, Robin Taylor 92, I would love to watch a VTuber get their head shaved. Me too.
500 subs, I'd do it.
All right. Let's give a quick little recap for everybody.
Yeah.
The three of you, Delilah, Nob, and Teagan, were all on a ship bound for the continent of Lustra, a land of opportunity. You were on board a reputable, safe merchant vessel that normally didn't take passengers, but the three of you and one Captain Phineas Flowers were all passengers. You hit an unnatural bit of bad weather and were lashed for your own safety below decks. There was a terrible crash, and when you left to investigate, you found you were the only people left on board, and that your ship had beached on a tower of a normally underwater castle. You made your way down and were invited before the lord of the castle, a man named Sheed Alamada, clearly a magical being. You learned later a Marid, a genie of water, like a djinn is a genie of wind, or an ifrit, or ifrit. is a genie of fire. It seems that it is the eve of his wedding to the Sahagan princess, a Melinti, basically a Sahagan with the appearance of a sea elf, named Princess Elmira. The two of them are not terribly well acquainted, it seems, and their marriage is the will of the gods. Tide Caller Coral, another Sahagan priestess, sussed the will of their shark god by going into the deeps and allowing the currents to tell her the will of their divine entity, which said, yeah, marry that water genie guy sharp, quick as you can.
Chop, chop.
Sheed was very willing and started inviting basically the underwater nobility of the realm, apparently as well as Captain Flowers, who has some duty to perform in the wedding, being selected as their minister.
Oh, yeah.
Let me make sure. Yeah, let's get the music going. There we go. As for the rest of you, you ingratiated yourselves to Sheed Alamada by performing for him, showing that you would make a great reception band, and impressing him with your culinary talents, and not so much impressing him with your ability to steal from his gift table. But we're overlooking that for now. He's in a very good mood, about to get married and whatnot. You met a few other characters who may or may not become relevant tonight. You know that a priest of Charybdis is arriving, or has recently arrived. Teagan, you were invited to be a bridesmaid, because you and Princess Elmira hit it off so well. And at your suggestion, she has penned a letter to her betrothed.
So romantic.
Being escorted out of the bride's chambers, you are all waiting in an upper corridor for that letter to be given to you so that you may deliver it to the groom as something of a nice prenuptial surprise. Is there anything that y'all would wish to remind the group of that I've left out?
I think you covered it pretty well.
Okay. All right, so there, in the somewhat darkened upper corridor, you all are slightly illuminated by the door behind you cracking open, and Coral's face. Let's bring Coral back onto the screen here so everyone can appreciate her beauty.
Beautiful woman.
Very, very comfortable with her body as well. Very much a clothes optional kind of gal. Coral sticks her head out and slips you all a folded piece of paper. No envelope, no seal, no nothing. You just using what we had on hand. And she entrusts it to Teagan unless someone intercepts it. And I have given you that letter, if it should ever get opened, so that everyone will be able to present it properly.
Mm-hmm.
She says, okay, now, wait, look, she, homely girl that she is, we need to make sure she gets her beauty rest before the big day tomorrow, so we're going to let her get some rest. And you all can do your little errand, and I guess I'll see you, she says to Teagan, tomorrow, standing right beside me, who has known her who's known her all her life, but standing up there with you, stranger, as equals. Yay! I'm so excited.
Yay! I can't wait. I really have only known her for maybe 5 minutes in total. And I feel like we're so close already. I can't wait to be up there with you.
Yeah. Me neither. We can't wait. Big day. Anyway, big day! And she closes the door.
I immediately open the note.
Oh my god, what does it say?
All right. My lord Sid, though we have only recently met, Your grace and stature have impressed upon me the bearing of a lord, a man of ambition and power,
Oh,
the
yeah.
bearing of a king.
No.
Your mastery in our shared but soon to be joined domain surpasses even the tales of our greatest heroes. That's so good.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Sekolah himself should be envious, so don't tell Coral I said so. You command the waves and currents with hardly a thought. The way you parted the ocean to reveal our wedding venue was astounding. Is there nothing you can't do? They say that genies like you grant wishes. To be the queen of a worthy king was a goal I thought I might never achieve. But you have made my wish a reality better than my dream. So I'm sure the legends must be true. Though we are not yet well acquainted, I should like nothing more than to be by your side, to rule our people as they should be led. Tomorrow you shall have my hand in marriage, but even tonight you have my heart already. Yours with all my admiration, Elmira. Ah,
Yep.
so beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful is the word that I would have used for that. God, does she ever shut up? Jeez, she just keep talking and talking. My God.
While Tegan's been reading this, because they're standing outside the princess's door, Delilah's just like, come on, down the hallway, get.
Like slowly shuffling.
Like,
She can't think, read, and walk at the same time, so she's just like slowly
I'll just
shuffling.
pick you up and carry you over my
Oh,
shoulder
that's
down the hall,
perfect.
okay?
I love that.
That's very
I
Seven
did
Brides for
notice-
Seven Brothers.
I did kind of notice something that stuck out to me, though. I don't know if it stuck out to any of you, but, she mentioned how he controls the waves and the currents and everything. Is it that? How
That's
Coral
Yeah.
does her sensei read and stuff?
Super
I'm
weird.
telling you, something weird's it's happening. Like, I don't know exactly what, but something weird is just going on here.
I think that's a little shady. I thought this was all just romantic and like a beautiful fairy tale wedding, but that's a little suspect.
Yeah, this has never been a romantic wedding. I think this is dumb, and I think that we should save the princess from this brainwashing that's happened to her.
Well, should we deliver the letter, or?
I'm not sure if she's brainwashed. Maybe just that he's not telling the truth.
Or maybe she's just dumb.
I mean, don't talk bad about royalty, but maybe. You never know. You really never know. I mean, I got no weird feelings other than just like some of her personality traits. I got no weird feelings from Coral. That doesn't mean, though, something isn't going on here. Oh.
Well, why do you think we even crashed on here? We weren't invited. I mean, it's cool. I mean, there's free food at a wedding, but
I don't think they quite expected we were going to crash. It sounds like the waves were parted. I don't think they thought there was a ship sitting up there at the time. So we just kind of, physics just on top.
Yeah, it was a
weird the
total
physics didn't
accident,
make us
probably.
fall off the tower. Somehow that ship's still up there. But regardless.
What if we see those sharks that circled the ship earlier as guests at the wedding? What if they're in a part of all this now?
well, good thing we didn't.
Could we
kill 'em.
recognize just their fin, though?
I don't know if I could recognize a shark just by the fin.
Huh. I don't know.
Let's see. I think this calls for maybe a roll from somebody. Seems like everybody's kind of on the right train of thought. Let's call it insight. Insight might not be the right one, but it's what I'm going to go with.
I need to pull up my character sheet. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I'm not prepared to have Luca up. Oh, no. Okay. Insight. Where is my
I just
insight?
rolled my d20 for fun and crit, and I should not have wasted that.
You wasted
No.
It was
could
a
save that later for a
meaningless
fight.
roll.
Well, I'm super
Oh.
insightful, and I got a 7.
Nice.
Okay, go ahead, Tegan.
I got a 12.
A 12, okay.
Well, I'm real glad then, because I'm really insightful, and these beautiful glass dice keep doing it, so I rolled a natural 20 plus 7.
Oh,
Nice.
mercy.
Wow, 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 wow.
Beautiful.
Listen, she has 8 younger siblings, like she understands when shady things are happening.
Yeah, and your spidey sense, your tiefling sense is starting to tingle, and just as you're saying, I don't think they expected us to show up, you stop and realize, no, she knew who Flowers was as soon as he walked in earlier today. He said he was expected. He said he was to be the officiant. Now, the three of you seem to be something of a surprise, but maybe it wasn't an accident that you crashed here.
Huh.
We definitely gotta go deliver this letter because we said we would, and also because Teagan said she wanted to snoop between the two as it was going back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't we also, though, see Flowers going down the hallway in that other direction?
Yeah.
Walking arm in arm with
should,
someone you hadn't seen before.
Uh-huh.
Maybe,
totally follow
maybe
him.
we should hunt down your boyfriend there, Knob. See
Uh-huh.
what he's up to.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm gonna snoop on him, see what he's doing. Maybe he's with somebody else. He's got a new boyfriend. Wow, so fast.
Very
Like
dramatic.
that, like that meme of this is my boyfriend and this is my boyfriend's boyfriend. Yeah.
I mean, I'm down.
All right, so Flowers, Sheed, whoever you're heading to first, is all downstairs. So you guys have walked away from the door. You've been walking towards the stairwell. You start going down the spiral staircase, and the spiral staircase lets out into that foyer. To your right is basically what was probably a drawbridge of some kind, or a portcullis that heads out into the ocean. And then to your right is the banquet hall, where you guys have spent most of your time. You know which stairwell from the banquet hall leads downstairs towards guest quarters, Sheed's quarters, and the dungeon. And as you are making your way in that general direction, you see a door on the right-hand side of the banquet hall that had previously been closed is slightly ajar. There is a warm light, and there are muted voices mumbling behind it.
Quickly, before we get any closer, Delilah being so much taller than the other two, to Teagan's head kind of is able to lean down a little bit and tap, and for Knob really leans down and tap. It's I do well, ladies, and both of you get a guidance dropped on you. just because she can.
Cool. I'm gonna go snoop at the door.
Okay.
Delilah will very, very slowly and very quietly just sneak up, on her tiptoes so you don't hear the clacking. Very quietly so the metal plates on her body aren't doing anything.
As tall as I remember your heels being on your tiptoes is pretty impressive.
She's used to it.
Hippy
Fair enough.
tippy toes.
All right. Why don't we do stealth checks for everyone? Now, you can have advantage. People on the inside are quite distracted. I think you normally have disadvantage, Delilah, so you can just balance it out.
Yeah, it has a D next to it. When it's just a straight roll, so we'll see what happens.
We hate it when there's a D next to it.
24.
Nice.
Okay.
I didn't use guidance though.
You can.
You
I'm
have
gonna
have
use
to?
guidance as
You don't have to.
Oh shit.
It lasts for up to 1 minute if you don't want to use it right now.
That is the way the spell works. When the chat gives it to you, I will be more
little
lenient.
different.
Yeah. I don't want them to all try and give you guidance the second you make a skill check, and then us all most of you wasted that.
I have 20 guidances now. I got a 17 straight roll.
17.
I got it. 21.
Very nice. All right.
I'm so stealthy.
All of you just kind of sneak up, and I'm kind of imagining like the Scooby-Doo heads next to the door.
100%.
Inside, there are 6 creatures. Only 2 of them are talking. But on the edge of a large room, and again, everything in the banquet hall, way oversized for your size people. And everything in this little drawing room that you're looking into, way oversized for your size people. But everyone in it is your size. There are... Captain Flowers is inside, sitting in an oversized stuffed armchair. Sitting across an oversized coffee table from him in a similar armchair is the fellow you saw walking down the stairs with him. That guy looks like...
Ooh.
Oh no, do I not have him?
I switched over from my character sheet and saw Coral there, and I was like, oh my gosh, she's got a twin.
Shoot, I don't think I have him. But, that's an oversight. It's that fellow with the long draping vest, the bare chest. And you see now the shaved head with tattoos on it, and you see now he's got, like, 2 tentacles coming out of his chin, just kind of, like, draping across his chest.
Oh,
And they kind of twitch and worm and curl up and down as he's talking and listening. And around the room are stationed 4... Get out of the way, Coral. 4 of these guys. I'm not sure if any of you know what they are, but they are bluey fishmen that look different from the greeny fishmen that you have seen to date.
Do their fins look like the ones that we saw underneath the boat?
They not dissimilar.
Ooh.
You can make a nature check if you want to know for sure.
I sure do! Yep. That'll be a 4, boss.
A 4. Looks pretty close. You think pretty close.
Awesome.
Close enough, you think. You know, all fins all look alike.
Yeah.
I just switched. Okay, there we go.
And stealthy as you guys are being, I think we determined last week that you guys all have ridiculous passive perceptions.
Yeah.
It's true.
And you're coming in as Flowers is saying, like, no need to roll. He's not trying to be quiet. They think they're alone. You guys were really stealthy. He says, so what you're telling me is that if I don't perform the wedding, I get that ship. And the figure on the other side of the room says, yes, I believe you're familiar with its reputation. It should serve you well. I think that you could make quite a name for yourself again, Captain Flowers, should the reckless abandon be yours. And Phineas kind of takes off his hat and runs his fingers through knotty, salty hair. Says, now you see, if I don't perform the wedding, they're likely to kill me. Like, that was somewhat impressed upon me after the ladies left. Where are they, by the way? I mean, not that I care, but I feel somewhat responsible for them. Says, I'm not sure who you mean, but it should be of no concern, and my Marrow and I will have your back. So, I think we will all find this agreeable, and I would hate to tell Charybdis that you participated in anything that would cause them undue trouble. And Flowers, like, sinks back in his chair and forgets that it's enormous and basically falls back, collects himself, puts his hat back on, and says, and what of the trident? To which the tentacled fellow says, the trident? Yeah, I would like... What of the trident? And Nameless Tentacle Man says, now that is a treasure of the Sahagan people. That is quite outside of my realm of influence. However, let's just say that Charybdis would care not if you were to take matters into your own hands. Phineas rolls his tongue about in his mouth for a second, scratches his butt, thinks, Says, now this has been a productive conversation. I dare say that, well, I'll sleep on it, but you've made quite a persuasive offer. What was your name again? And the tentacled man reaches far to the side to set his elbows on the arms of his chair and says, I am the High Priest of Charybdis. You may call me Mark. Phineas, stifles a snicker. Yes, High Priest. Mark. Excuse me. And I think I'll be going now. And he starts to help himself down from the armchair and starts making his way towards the door at no particular pace.
Flowers or
Flowers.
The high priest? Okay.
Yes, the Marrow, as they were called, and Mark stay right where they're at.
Okay.
Do you do anything?
Look back from the door.
Okay. 10 stollids.
Once he exits, I'm gonna scurry up to him.
Okay. So y'all take a few steps back to where you weren't right near the door.
I pretend I'm tuning my lute.
Ah, there you are. Good. And Flowers exits, shuts the door behind him before looking up and seeing all of you, and Knob is scuttering his way.
What's up?
Hello? I haven't seen any of you, all day. You must have been quite busy.
So busy.
Yeah, we've been doing things. So we definitely just listened to that entire conversation. You're definitely not gonna marry them, right? Because you can get that boat. Get the boat. And then we can share it.
He reaches up and gently places one hand over your lips. And says, maybe not in the middle of the banquet hall.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, probably the best thing. Yes. Let us continue this conversation wherever we were going next.
We could always go in the direction we were trying to go to, but we could also go and hide down to maybe the pantry and the kitchen. We really need to talk about it.
The staff has... You watched the staff going to sleep earlier. The kitchen should be abandoned. Also, there's the alcove that Teagan has been practicing in all day.
That was pretty private.
That's to say, it doesn't matter where you're going, but there are places you could go that you know of, is what I'm trying to say.
Could always, do a little split if we need to, two go start talking, two take the letter,
Phineas, letter?
Oh yeah, they got a love letter to the guy. It's gross. You don't want to read it.
It was very romantic.
Oh, then I probably don't want to read it. It's not. Is it provocative?
No, not
at all. I'm not at all interested
Why did
in
your
the
brain
slightest.
even go to that so fast? Oh my gosh, you naughty!
My brain. Never mind. This is no. We do have much to talk about. If you were going somewhere, I'm completely available until tomorrow afternoon, and depending on how things go, maybe even then.
We could walk and talk. I would just
Lead the way.
We're already on the way, I think. I just don't remember exactly which direction we're supposed to go after
All
this.
Right. Where are you heading? You could be heading to either of the places to have a private conversation, or you could be on the way to Sheed's quarters that you haven't been to, but you know in the direction they should be.
I think we should start. With going to Sheed and giving the letter, because then we will have more information about things.
Very true.
Yeah.
If he responds to this with more romance or something else, then we'll get all kinds more details that we need.
And then we can read his letter.
That is assuming he writes the letter then. Well, he doesn't just take it from us and go back in.
What if he didn't?
Okay, I'm a big woman. I got a lot of plate armor on. I'll just shove my way through the door. It'll be fine. Okay. Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
All right, falling in step behind Delilah's lead, you all make your way to a stairwell that none of you have descended as of yet. You go down, and when you reach the bottom of the stairs, this floor has a thin layer, maybe 2 inches, of water across the floor. It is torchlit, spotty, but here and there are little puddles of warm orange light. You can see that to your right, as you descend the stairwell, is a long hall of just enormous beds. Again, way oversized to be practical. At the end of that hallway, lit by 2 sconces on either side, seems to be a stairwell continuing down below the water level. You remember it being mentioned that the dungeon suffers from a lack of breathable air, and put 2 and 2 together. And then there are 3 portals on this floor. One, and not portals, like, no, using portals in a very literal sense.
Okay.
One has a large set of wooden doors, and 2 others are just curtained over. There seems to be light coming from behind all of the above.
Oh god, this is gonna go bad. I'll tap myself for some. Well, actually, no, I don't have to. Somebody gave me guidance last time. I'm gonna sneak up to one of the curtain doors and just try to listen to see if I hear anything.
Okay. You hear some mumbling and a splish splash of some feet moving around in the shallow water.
I'm tiptoeing back over. There's footsteps over there and water. I don't know about the other one. Anybody want to check the door?
I mean,
we could go check and put our ears up to it, see what we hear over there.
or we could just yell for him. We're not trying to be sneaky.
Well, he technically told us the only place we weren't allowed to go was his quarters.
Right, but
So
if we're
do any
talking to
sneaking
him from the
in.
outside, we're not
true,
technically
true.
in
That's
his
true.
quarters.
That's very true.
Yeah,
He didn't say we couldn't stand outside the door.
that's true. That's true. There's always a loophole. There's always.
He said
a
don't go in.
loophole.
And guess what?
And
We're
I'm
not going
sure
in.
if it has to do with his bride, that's important matters he'll want to know about.
Yeah,
He
you could
also
see
did
that.
tell us that her needs came first, his second. So
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
Good remembering.
I wrote a lot of notes. Okay.
See, in a world where the chat doesn't give you inspiration, this is the kind of stuff that would earn it. Yeah, nothing you have said bears me correcting you, so.
Yay. All right. What was his name? Sheed?
Mm-hmm.
Who has loudest voice? I can hear. I will use. Oh, I don't want to search on Twitch. Oh no, I just want to go to Delilah's sheet, please.
I
Okay.
bet you it's thaumaturgy.
Yep, I'll use thaumaturgy very loudly, just a extra loud southern accent just booming through this area.
All right, what do you shout?
Oh, great Lord, Sheed. Did I pronounce that right? Anyway, Your Highness, get out here. We have something from your bride.
All right.
Just went a teeny tiny bit like New Jersey at the end there. I apologize. My accents are all over the place because I've been going back and forth between this and a British accent for the other.
All right. Moments later, and by moments I mean, nearly a dozen seconds later, that those big wooden doors open, and you see that immediately beyond the doors is just a wall of water.
Whoa.
And even as the doors open, the water does not move. And slipping out of it is Blue Brad Pitt. It's
Yes.
the 12-foot tall version of Sheed Alamada, who steps out and says, "Something from my bride, is it? What?
Special delivery.
I see." And he glides over. You have not seen this man's feet touch any surface yet. He just kind of glides across the water, and two oversized fingers pinch it up and kind of turn it over in his hands and say, "What is this?"
Well, it's bad luck to see your bride on, before the wedding and everything. So she thought that she could write you a letter just to let you know how she feels and, all of that romantic whatnot.
Uh-huh. Super romantic. Uh-huh.
What a sweet and thoughtful girl. I shall read it. What,
If you want to respond, we're more than happy to play messenger for you.
I see. Thank you. I shall discover if it bears responding, and shall summon you if you are needed.
Perfect.
While they're having this conversation, Delilah's gonna take just kind of like something on her, like her little hand axe or something like that. It's kind of somewhat obviously just kind of like throw it to the side, kind of towards the door, and be like, "Oh, I'm so clumsy. I just gotta go get that. And he's gonna like try to get close enough to try to listen through the water.
Into his bedroom, or such as it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, you do that, and you get kind of an inky, lightless look. Of course, there's no light source inside of his bedroom. It's underwater, and he doesn't need it. But you kind of get a murky glance in at a opulent and once again oversized bedchamber that you do not see anyone else in.
I'm running back, swishing through the water. Got it. It's okay. All is good. Just like sticks it back in her belt.
How did that even happen? God, you're so clumsy.
It has a mind of its own, sometimes it just, it goes.
Does it
sometimes.
really? Ah, that's so cool.
It gives
Wow.
Knob a very pointed look that's like, it doesn't. But like, yeah, totally, it does. It does. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe you. I don't know why you keep saying it does.
So interesting. We should talk about that more, on our way back up. This blue, handsome gentleman probably has so much to prepare for.
Tomorrow is going to be a big day, and I expect all of you, and he kind of looks past the three of you back at Flowers, to do your best to make tomorrow a very special event for us all.
Yep.
You got it.
Would you consider this more deception or performance, Delilah? This whole maneuver.
That's a good question.
If the modifier is the same, it doesn't really matter. But if you can convince me that you need a better one.
No, they're the exact same, so whichever you feel, it doesn't matter.
Let's call it deception.
Okay, oh no, where did my dice go? Oh, it's sitting there. I've had it since last game. It's not a bad roll, but I've had it since last game. Thanks to my Din Mama, I think. I'm going to use my inspiration.
There you go. You are similarly guided by Irish Mac a few minutes ago for the excellent Southern accent.
Oh.
It wasn't. I thought that was Teagan.
Oh, it's for Teagan? I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I misread.
Thank you.
Oh,
I
so
think
much
you both
better.
have excellent Southern
my
accents.
God, that was. Can I get this close enough? People to see.
Ooh.
Oh, I twisted it.
I saw an
That's
8.
It's not bad.
No. No, it's
There it
not.
is.
It turned to the
It's
right.
even better than an 8.
It's
Yeah, no, the
markedly
first one
better
was
than
an
an 8.
The first one was an 8. Yeah.
Sheed, as you start to go, Sheed says, hold on a moment there. Now, an axe with a mind of its own. You know, genies are something of collectors of magical artifacts and sentient weapons and things of the like. Perhaps you could, we could have some sort of an arrangement where you take something of mine and that remains with me.
I have 9 more layers of wedding cake to make. We'll talk about it later.
10,000 gold.
Manager said. Or a really cool magical weapon if you got anything really, really cool. But it's if you don't want it, I totally understand. It came from my brother. It didn't actually come from her brother, but
Says,
Wow, sounds really special.
perhaps I could see the axe and determine its worth. It may be worth well more than what you say. I want to make sure that I give you a fair price.
Do I have anything I can do? Give me a second. I'm looking at all my spells, even though I'm a cleric.
That's a lot of spells for a cleric.
Oh, okay. He probably will pick up on this. I will, unclip it and be like, sure, just have a nice little look, and I'll cast Thaumaturgy again as it's getting passed over. Not to make it move, but just there's a kind of slight little tremble in the ground as it's passed over.
Okay. He will reach out and accept the thing, and you will see him look at the ripples in his shallow water as you pass it to him, and turns it over in his hands. And you see his face go from curiosity to concern, and then, certain weapons only show their true talents to those they select. Perhaps this does not favor me in particular.
Oh, well, maybe so. I mean, I'm sure, both as a genie type person and all, I'm sure you got just so many other just amazing objects that are much better than this little dinky thing,
That I do. Perhaps, and I would give you what I would consider a fair price for it, but if the item has sentimental value for you, you said your brother gave it to you?
Yeah, my brother, Hunter Donovan, my brother Hunter Donovan, because I didn't name any of her siblings.
Says, well, perhaps a cherished family memento is worth more in your hands, and he passes it straight back to you.
Take it, put it back.
If there's nothing else, I have much to prepare for in my own right.
Are you excited to get married?
I'm looking very much forward to tomorrow.
I said to get married, not to tomorrow.
Yes, that would be the reason I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Oh. Do you love her?
She seems a fine girl. I don't know her very well, but I suspect that we will grow to love one another.
Why are you marrying her if you don't even know her?
I take it in whatever place you came from, there are not arranged marriages within nobility?
Honey, I'm from Blackreach. You don't know anything.
Well, perhaps we shall say then that our ways are not your ways.
If you want to kickstart that whole getting to know each other process, that's kind of what that little letter there is for.
Yeah.
And I shall read it. And if I feel that I should respond, and if I feel that you are the hands to bear my missive, you will be summoned.
I mean, I think the princess would really appreciate it. She's very excited, but also a little bit nervous, you know. Just saying.
Those wedding jitters and all that.
I can imagine. Well, good night. And he turns and melts back into his water wall, and the doors just close themselves behind him. And it's now you notice that the fish head of the bosun is like sticking through that one of those curtains. Pops back behind the drapes.
Delilah probably didn't even notice this. Like, the minute the door closed, she's probably just like, oh God, get away with that. How'd I get away with that?
That was really good, though. That was impressive.
Yeah, too bad he didn't take you up on the deal. That's a really cool axe. It has a mind of its own. Holy shit.
That was, no, I'll explain it later. It's okay.
Okay.
Now, do we want to go talk in the kitchens or in your room?
I mean, I feel like people are more likely to go into a kitchen.
I mean, do we want to like gossip with snacks, or do we just want to talk?
I do love snacks.
We can get like a charcuterie board. Yeah, we can get like one of them charcuterie boards. Do you think they don't like that word here because sharks?
Or maybe they like it more because sharks.
Maybe the board is in like the shape of a shark.
I don't know if they would really like to be talking about sharks' coochies very much, or eat them. So, you know, maybe.
It's a good point.
I'd like a drink, so if somewhere that we could possibly go involves the opportunity of drinking, let's pick that one.
Yeah, then I guess we're going to the kitchens, I guess. Unless you took alcohol with you, Teagan.
Oh, I don't have anything on me.
Nah, fiddles around in her bag and brings out all of the alcohol that she's...
That's right, you stole a bunch.
The overproof rum?
Yeah. I got it! I got all the alcohol!
Flowers throws his arm around you and takes one of the bottles from out of your hand and says, I knew I could rely on you. So,
let's go!
up the stairs, down a different set of stairs, into the kitchen, to the charcuterie board, and you guys, with your snacks and social lubricants, set yourselves up next to the fireplace with a few stools, chairs, and barrel tops, far from any other entrances to the place where you guys can keep an eye on being joined by uninvited guests, and sit down to have a little chat, whispered, and yeah.
I'll sit down in a position in which I can keep a pretty constant eye on the door, or at least the main door in.
Good plan. So, Flowers will turn to Teagan, looking over the rim of his bottle, and say, all right, so you start or me?
Well, I'm going to be a bridesmaid. I'm pretty excited about it.
That's good. I mean, if a wedding is going to happen, then that's wonderful.
Right, and if it doesn't, I still get a cute dress or something out of it, you know?
Probably. Hopefully so. That's good news. Big news.
Yeah, and also in the letter that she sent us to send to him, she said something about how he can control the waves and the currents, and that's how her lady-in-waiting reads, you know, the fate of their watery world. So, we're a little suspicious.
So you guys fill Flowers up to date on all of the things that you suspect. And he gets through about half of his bottle listening to you guys and says, you know, some of these things take a little bit of leaps of logic, but not terribly far leaps. And if there's some reason that we don't know that Genie Man wants to be the king of the shark people, then it seems like he's very capable of convincing them that it's the right idea. Now, whether he did or not, I don't know, and I'm not frankly sure if it's important. But that's... you make a persuasive argument, I'll put it that way. Now, as for my day, she'd impressed upon me the need for me to be the officiant, as when questioned as to why, it has something to do with the god Amino favoring me in some way, or something. To whatever it is that he's up to, I am significant in some way, which frankly makes me very uncomfortable. I would rather not be significant in any way. But I am to perform the ceremony and bless the union. And that was stressed. Then I am to be sent away, the ship is to be repaired, and Sheed will use his power over the oceans to convey all of us to wherever it is that we wish to go. And something about a long-standing relationship, and he will be in a position to make our lives much easier, should we ever cross or enter his domain. A promise I believe he could live up to if he intended to. Now, enter Mark. Mark is a priest of somebody known as Charybdis. And nobody's told me who Charybdis is or what Charybdis is, but apparently Charybdis is currently in control of the oceans and basically everyone else here. But Mark is concerned that should Sheed and Elmira wed, there will be an imbalance of power all of a sudden, and Charybdis is invested in that not happening. So, they are offering me the reckless abandon. I see none of you know what the reckless abandon is.
No.
It's a ship. It's a ship that has never wrecked. It's reckless. So, magically transports itself, magically cannot crash, magically cannot capsize, but it has been lost to time and history. But Charybdis claims to know where it is, and if I were to not perform the wedding, then that ship could be mine, if Charybdis and Mark make good on their end of the bargain.
Would I, as a cleric, know anything about either Charybdis or Amino?
You would know lots about Amino. Amino is the Sunday school god of adventurers. He's a chaotic good god of doing heroic things and looking good while doing it, and getting a lot of recognition for both. Not necessarily an altruistic, charitable deity, but an ostentatious, bombastic one, and is specifically a deity of maritime adventurers, sailors and pirates, but not the piratey kind of pirates, the fantasy D&D sort of pirates who do as they please and generally go around being forward. Yes, Amino is very well known. His holy symbol is one of the ones on Flowers' neck. One of the 10 remaining necklaces. Yes, not one of the missing 2.
Okay, yeah.
I remember how I told you if you rolled a 3, you would have it from me? That was the 3.
Man. That would have been awesome.
Yeah.
Still have your chance. You still have your chance.
There's more time. That said, Charybdis, you'll need to make a roll. Not as well known that. This, I'm not going to call this religion. I'm going to call this history.
History.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're the same, so okay. I'm gonna use all my things because last time I forgot. I'm gonna use my guidance.
Do it.
Who was it? Was that Grimforge who gave it to me? I think. Or
Or
somebody gave it to me.
Don't know. Possibly Grimforge. Grimforge is cool.
That brings it to an 11.
An 11. Unfortunately, no. Charybdis is a name not familiar to you.
Okay. No. Charybdis.
Okay. I'd like to know. I think it's probably. Flowers, like, goes to start digging in your bag, Knob, and says, I think maybe we're going to need a little bit more, juice for this next bit. And as he goes to start reaching in your bag, he,
Which bag?
the one that he saw the liquor come out of.
Okay.
He leans over to you and whispers in your ear and says, I don't actually need more rum. I just don't know if the other two are going to be amenable to what I'm going to say next. One of those fishmen has a trident, and it called to me. I need to leave here with that trident.
Oh, we're gonna get you that trident.
And he comes away with a bottle. Can you what?
I was gonna say, I know I saw the trident, and I think Knob did too, so I think you know which trident it is, yeah.
You also all heard him talking to Mark about a trident that he hasn't brought up, but he did lean over and mention that specifically to Knob.
Yeah.
And he takes the bottle of overproof rum and offers it to you ladies.
Thank you. And I take a swig.
Oh,
And I do like a little quiet cough because she's not used to it, but she's trying.
It is high alcohol content, and it is nice in that way. It is not nice in the... Yeah, this is definitely a cocktail rum, not a sipping rum.
Yeah.
Needs a lot of pineapple and coconut.
Swig.
There you go.
Delilah will take the bottle and push it back across the table and be like, see, I'm not that worried about all of this, and you seem a little more worried. You have it.
Much obliged. Anyway, I think that about covers it. So, I'm, as a captain, used to taking responsibility for those around me, and I am more than happy to make sure that, so long as I can provide it, the three of you will be as safe as I'm able to keep you. And however I leave, I want you all to be coming along. Now, I'll say this. I find that Mark has the more tempting offer. However, I've seen some of the things that Sheed can do, and I've seen no evidence that says that Mark can stand up to any of that. I'm not sure he can assure our safety.
Question. Flowers.
Hmm?
So, this ship that you're gonna get, it can't be like tossed over or anything. Can't sink, nothing.
That is what the legends say.
Okay, but like if you get it, then this guy isn't gonna be able to do anything to you. He's just gonna like try, and then your ship's gonna be like, no.
Well, I am under no
nothing
such
to
magical
think about.
protection as the ship might be.
Oh. You can take him. It's fine. He's only like a god or something. It's fine.
Which one of them do you think you are more worried about? What do you think will be harder for you to escape from?
Well, seeing as how Charybdis is not here, she'd certainly. And look, the matters of underwater politics do not particularly concern nor interest me. Perhaps they do all of you, but I'm mostly interested in just getting out of this alive, and...
With a trident.
He kind of shoots you a look. With a trident.
Oh, we're getting it.
My fee for performing for him. I feel like we should ask for that up front, maybe.
Yes. So, let me let you in a little. Okay. When you take money for a gig, you want half up front, and then you want the rest as soon as you play. So, what we can do is you could do your little thing first because you do all of the music beforehand, and then you take the rest of the money, and then we steal the trident, and then we leave. Bam! Boom! We're done.
I mean, that makes sense to me.
I see nothing wrong with this plan.
And on the way this goes, you may not really get to stand up there too long as a bridesmaid, but we'll make sure you get a couple minutes at least.
Yeah, fine. As long as I just get, like, the experience. It doesn't have to be very long or anything.
As long as I get to be a bridesmaid. I don't care if there's an actual wedding or not. I just want to be a bridesmaid now.
It's the title. I want the title. I don't care about the ceremony.
That's it. I just need it long enough to put it on my resume.
Exactly.
Flower says, well, this is an idea. I'm not prepared to say it's a plan, but it's an idea. If it becomes a plan, be sure to let me know what I need to do. Otherwise, I will simply be ready to do nothing tomorrow.
I say we pretend that you are gonna marry them, and then you know the part where at the end they're like, "Does anybody object to this holy matrimony?" Then that's when you can do that magic thing where you can be like, "I object over there," right?
Yeah, but it has its limits, It's not just like the voice of God coming out from somewhere.
Just had a really good idea.
Let us hear it.
So, do y'all know that big fishy guard guy that's with the princess? And he came in and checked on us at one point when we were talking to her?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Randall.
It might just be me. I caught vibes that maybe he was a little bit into her. What if we could get him to object?
Oh, I bet you we could.
We could try. We could always try. So we are committing that this wedding is not happening. Is that essentially?
Yeah. I mean,
I think she deserves better, personally.
Yeah, this guy doesn't care about her. She doesn't even know who she is.
See, but now watch, we're gonna get that letter back. That's like the most gorgeously written letter.
It's just like poetry on the page.
Yeah.
But speaking about that letter, I don't like to brag about this, but I would say I'm relatively proficient in forgery and writing other people's handwriting. And I saw her handwriting in her letter. So I could always write a letter as her to her hunky fish guard. Asking him to object at the wedding.
Oh, you wouldn't.
Oh, but I would.
You naughty girl. Oh,
It's such a story, though. Could you imagine?
It would be a great story to tell on our new ship with our trident. Amazing.
Listen, I'm not really one for lying. However, there's been just a lot of weddings that have gone south in my family. There's a lot of us. This is pretty normal. Just have out what you want to do. I trust you, Teagan. Maybe get Nob there to help you figure out some of the good wording and all that.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna pull out I'll take out my little like songwriting notebook and I'll pull out a page from there, and I'll like rub the edges a little bit on the ground because I'm assuming it's a little moist everywhere in this water castle.
Take it one sec. And Delilah takes the paper from that one ripped edge and is like, a princess would not. So she goes over to the cutting board with a knife and is like,
that's so true. That's a good catch. And I'm going to sit down and I'm going to try to, as delicately as I can, copy her handwriting to make this, declaration of how he's always been, out of the corner of her eye. And as happy as this wedding could be, he could make her happier.
Hey, don't forget to tell him how cool his knees are.
He's got really cool knees.
The best.
Ladies, he didn't have knees.
What?
He had a tail.
Well, you can have tails and knees.
And a tail.
His tail was probably
If you're going to put in knees, just put in like one big knee, because, there's not
yeah.
there.
His singular knee.
Yep. That's
his singular
she's
knee.
Ever seen.
And right at the bottom, she's going to write, I would never really admit this out loud, but I've always had a fantasy of you coming in and sweeping me away while we're saying our vows.
Add in there that he's just got the shiniest blue scales of all of them here.
Right. I'll add that in. Iridescent shiny blue. I think of you so often. All of those sweet nothings.
And if you feel the same way,
yes,
object tomorrow. And if not, I'll know.
Exactly. That's it.
Lovely. All right. Let's. There does need to be a roll.
Okay.
I'm going to give you advantage on this because I like this idea so much.
Ooh. Okay.
That's how you
this
know
is
it's a good
you're
idea.
proficient with forgery tools, so roll a d20,
Yes.
add your proficiency, and
Okay.
I know maybe like dexterity should be in control of like fine motor control and whatnot, but you're proficient. I think you're fine. What we really need to do is carry this off with the flourish, with the penmanship, with the word choice, with everything, and get it in her style. So,
Yes.
proficiency, charisma bonus, d20 roll at advantage.
Okay. I'm gonna roll my Misty Mountain Sodalite gemstone dice. They're my favorite.
I don't.
At 31.
Sodalite. I haven't seen Sodalite at a lot of the shows. That must be sold out.
I
a
saw
lot.
one at the last one I was at.
Oh, this is gonna be good,
Lucky.
you guys. This is gonna be so good.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
I'll roll with advantage just to see. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be even better. So I rolled a 19 plus 3 for my proficiency.
Mhm.
So that's 22.
22.
Plus, what else am I adding?
Charisma
My
mod.
charisma?
Oh, jeez.
26.
Boy.
All right, you come off this and you give that last little Elmira, and to everyone surrounding you who has seen the contents of the previous letter, seems to be quite in the same style. You even used like little turns of phrase and little bits of like her verbiage from your conversation with her and from the ways that she described Sheed, just kind of transferring some of those qualities over.
Of course.
And yeah, it's very well done. Even to you, very convincing. Like, if you didn't just write it, you might have thought it was written by her.
Very good. I folded up the exact same way she folded
Fucking
up the
love
original
barns.
one.
All right, very well done. Are you planning to give this to her tonight? Or to him tonight, I mean? Or in the morning?
Oh, man.
Maybe
I think,
maybe it would seem more romantic if we took it tonight, just it couldn't wait.
yeah. Like
We
late
can
in the
sleep on
evening.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is already pretty late. Like, if you guys weren't up scheming and plotting and getting excited about what you're going to do, you would probably be asleep already. I will say the one hitch in this particular giddy-up is you guys haven't seen Rendell in a while, and you're not sure, like,
True.
Sheed has a room, Elmira has a room. You don't know where Rendell is at the moment. There are probably people who would know. It's just not any of you four.
I mean, he's pretty big. Can't really miss him.
I don't remember if I was one of the people who saw this. I just jotted it down. I think it might have just been Teagan. Didn't Coral also have kind of like a look at Riptide?
Oh, yeah!
Yep.
Everybody's into everybody in this game.
You know where Coral last was, at least.
I think that's our best bet.
All right. Phineas is going to excuse himself from anything else that y'all get up to tonight now that he thinks he knows the plan. And he also admits that Riptide Rendell didn't really, vibe with him, so he's going to make himself a little scarce. He says that where that room, where you got that drawing room where he and Mark were chatting, he has a room off of that room. And it's an enormous bed, once again. And that's set up for him, and if y'all haven't been given anywhere else to sleep, y'all can crash in there. Yeah, only one bed that he'd mentioned, though, so...
Like the beginning of a great fanfic.
Yeah. This is how Shape of Water started.
Oh, Lord.
So he's going to bugger off, and you guys are going in search of Coral.
Uh-huh.
All right. Doesn't take you terribly long. You go upstairs to where you last left her. The lights are off in the princess's room. You jiggle the handle. The door is locked. But a little more snooping reveals Coral is out on the battlements. And she's got this little beady shawl wrapped around her because she once again is very anti-clothing, but just to make herself look a little fancier.
Tasteful.
We got a guidance for Delilah and Nob from Grimforge going forward, just so y'all know.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
And Coral is leaning off the battlements, looking down to the dark but starlit waters below as the waves gently start to crash up against the rocks below the castle and immediately are whisked away up into the wall of water that surrounds the palace. She doesn't notice your approach until you're quite close to her. But you guys, hi, hello again. What are you doing here?
Hi. Well, firstly, I want you to know the message has been delivered.
Oh,
and,
yeah, right, that, good.
He seemed very happy about it.
Oh, that's good. That is good. Very good.
Can I insight check her? She's acting suspicious.
Yes, you may.
Cool.
I was also gonna ask. I don't know if we
Go
both
for
should
it.
roll, or if I should give Teagan advantage, or I don't know.
Insight's one of those things. It's hard to collaborate on that without making it very obvious that you're discussing what you know. So I'd rather you make an individual roll.
I got a 15.
15's not bad.
got. Good Lord. How are all my best rolls are on perception, and then that's the best thing I have to add to it. That is 26.
Wow.
I don't know if y'all can see her deception check, but that is a straight up 1.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
So you didn't even need to roll good. No, she is quite flustered. She was, although it just looked like she was staring off into the water, she's clearly been caught doing something she didn't think anyone should see her doing. What that is, an insight check is not going to tell you, but she seems quite flustered, and her greenish face is going slightly brown with embarrassment.
Delilah remembers earlier that it went well to ask her how she reads the waves. Were you looking out for Charybdis? Was that your god? Are you trying to see something from him? Because I know it's dry here right now. You usually need water for him, right?
Well, Sekala is our god,
Sekala,
and
right.
but no, I have to be down in the water to do that, but I don't need to want to. Well, I do want to. I don't need to be in the water right now. Exactly.
Sekla talking to you right now?
No. I mean, like, not directly. No. Just keeping an eye out. We got lots of Sahagin here, and we have kind of a patrol around the castle, and just checking on them, making sure everything's okay.
And I glance over her head in the direction she had been looking. So
Yeah.
the general look.
You can see, it's kind of difficult to see, but it's a starry, relatively cloudless night, and even though it's dark and distant, you can see shark fins moving about down in pretty regular pattern around the castle. Go ahead and make a perception check, though.
May I make one as well to see if there's anybody around us, like within earshot?
Yes, you may.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
25.
You aren't precisely alone because there's no real visual or auditory barrier between you and where all of those sea spawn that were tending the place are sleeping. But that's a pretty decent ways away, and you heard some snoring on your way here. You think that if you're talking at a normal tone of voice and don't try and do anything excessively loud, that none of them will hear you, and you don't see anyone else eavesdropping or tailing you or anything such as that. And a 25, you said, Delilah?
Mm-hmm.
It's not that difficult to distinguish Rendell's fins from any other Sahagins or any other sharks, as they are significantly bigger and kind of have a reddish hue to them. And Rendell is down there in the water, mostly submerged, making laps along with the rest of the fins.
That looks like we found our boy. Okay. Just try to get a reaction here. Coral, when my god has things he likes to tell me, sometimes I just hear things, whether it be that he was pleased at something I did or disappointed something I did. Your god do that?
Sometimes he expresses pleasure, yeah. He doesn't have to express disappointment very often. I mean, I do what he tells me to do. So he has no reason to be disappointed with me. If he had a reason to be disappointed with me, I'd be eaten. Probably.
Honey, I'm a little worried. You're looking sweaty when earlier you were looking extra dry. Are you okay?
Oh, no, I'm fine. It's just, it's hot out here. Don't you think it's hot out here? It's not hot.
I'm comfortable.
Kind of breezy, like from the ocean.
Oh. Yeah.
Were you watching anybody in particular?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you double sure?
Triple sure. In fact, I'm done not watching anybody, so I'm going to go to bed now.
Hey, Coral, did you know that Mr. Prince guy can control the waves?
Lord Sheed. Yeah, the water. Yeah, I mean, you can see it. I can see it. We can all see it.
Uh-huh.
It's impressive. It's good.
Uh-huh.
I mean, second.
Wouldn't that be
powerful.
really crazy if he did that when you were doing your thing, talking to the god, Eh?
No, that would be. No, I mean that could never.
Would it?
That would be pretty crazy.
Yeah. Imagine.
That would be pretty crazy.
Stranger things have happened.
Stranger Things reference. She kind of bundles the shawl about her, like giving herself a little bit of a hug with her clothes. Says, I think I need to think. If you'll excuse me. And she, like, hurriedly waddles off, her feet slapping
Have
on
a
the
good
stone
night.
We got your back, Coral.
floor. And you guys are left alone on the battlements.
Hey, you said that you saw the guy, or Rendell.
Yeah, he's swimming with the rest of them in the current.
Which one is he?
He's pretty easy to pick out, you know. He's the one there that's got some blue and some red, and he's pretty big.
Oh, I see him.
All right, once it's pointed out, it's just ludicrously unmistakable.
How many knees does he have?
0 knees.
I told you.
I dropped him up on the Twitch screen now for everyone's benefit. I think he's been there ever since the knees comment.
Look at that kneeless man.
Maybe his whole body is just a knee.
Thank you, Grimforge. Guidance for Teagan from Grimforge. Guidance from me.
Thank you.
I've got inspiration and guidance now. Look out, y'all.
I'll write that down right here.
Also, Doomed Muffin. This one's for you. Yeah. So, y'all know where he is at the very least. Do you wish to continue your mission tonight? Go out there and have a chat?
Either of you feel confident in swimming, because I'm not very good. I mean, I can do it. I just got a lot of extra weight on right now.
I'll do it.
Girl, me too.
I don't know if I'm good at it, but I'll do it.
All right.
I'm going to quickly... Oh, wait, you still have inspiration, don't you? I was going to inspire you with my bardic stuff, but never mind.
I got it.
I still give you a little encouragement, just
Sing
as a
anyway
friend.
for the fun. Yeah.
All right. So, trusting Knob to be our delegate. What a novel idea. You guys descend to the stairwell down to the water, where the waves are crashing. And it is up to you, Knob, and I suspect I know which choice you'll make, but Rendell's on a lap. I mean, you can wait for him to come within earshot, or you can heave-ho.
So first, I'm going to take off my bag of balls and put it on the ground.
Good call. I was
away
thinking
from the
about
water.
it.
I'll watch it for you. Don't worry, I got it. She kind of
Don't
heaves it
touch
up
it.
on her shoulder. Fine. Puts it back on the floor.
Just make sure nobody touches it. I promise you don't want to.
Just so I know, how gentle are you throwing it down on the ground?
Probably.
I know to be gentle with him.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. No,
Oh.
she probably even didn't get it that high up off the ground. That was a pretty fast, don't touch it. So
Fair
it
enough.
was probably just, yeah.
Fair enough. All right. So, bag of mystery carefully set aside and instructions not to touch it. You have letter in hand.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Wait, how do I get this to him without it getting wet?
What if you hold it in your mouth? Like, and just dog paddle out there?
That's still gonna get wet.
I'm gonna drool all over this thing.
Let me see what I have.
What if we just yell at him when he gets close and then he just comes over?
We could always try that. 'Cause the best I could do is give you like a cooking utensil to shove it in.
Huh.
Message in a bottle.
Message in a spatula.
Ooh.
Okay. Well, you've got a but I have something better. And I'm going to take out a new bottle of rum, chug the entire thing, and then stuff it in there and put the cork in it.
All right.
Flawless execution there.
Done. And then what? Huck that sumbitch?
Yep. I'm gonna call out Rindle's name. Rindle! And then I'm gonna toss it.
Okay. You see a shark fin, not Rindle, approach the bottle, and you see a fish head.
Not you. Hey, get away. Go away. That's not yours.
And shortly it reverses direction, swims back up, and then Rindle's fin cuts through the water, comes, picks the bottle up, sticks his pecs up out of the water and looks at all of you. Looks at the bottle and then just ever so slowly resubmerges.
Knob finger guns.
He does not immediately resurface.
I mean, he's probably just gonna read it on his own. Is he?
Yeah.
Should we wait just a second in case he comes out for questions, or should we just go?
I think we should let him assume whatever he wants to assume out of that letter. And we should pretend like we have no clue what it's about.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe just leave.
I'm just realizing, I assume most of the people here seem real smart, but then, so does my other brother, and it took him a long time to learn how to read. Do you think he can read that?
I mean, he's a big guy. He's probably got a big brain in there.
We'll hope.
Yeah. I have confidence.
All right. You wait for just a moment at Delilah's suggestion, and Rindle does not resurface. In fact, you wait a minute, and to the best of your knowledge, Rindle has stopped making laps. But you get no response from the waves. In the interest of time, I think you guys have done quite a good bit of laying the groundwork for tomorrow. You did technically kind of have a full day of work ahead of what you've done, and you're all getting a little bit tired. And without wondering too much about what the particular sleeping arrangements are, you do all need to go and get a long rest.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and take our break for the session.
Knob is going to sleep under the bed.
Under the bed.
Lila's going to pointedly take one of the chairs that no one else sat in, especially the one that Mark did not sit in. She's not going to sit in that one and sleep in it.
Yeah, weird. That one's covered in some kind of a mucus or something. It's weird.
It's weird. It's weird, yeah.
Teagan does a little pillow wall in between her and Captain Flowers. It's
Wise.
Respectfully, good night.
And you're on top of the blankets, I'm underneath, and
yeah, right.
I've been in that con room before. All right, let's shift it over to break time then. Let's see, I've got 8:43 on my screen. Let's try and make it back and starting again by 8:50 because we've got some trucking still to do tonight.
Okay.
All right, guys, I'm kicking it to the screen. We'll be back in a few.
They are back.
Okay.
We back! Thank everybody for your patience. Shit's about to get cray, so let's not delay. You know what I'm saying? So let's go ahead. You guys all get your beauty sleep in. You are delighted that Flowers is on the other side of the pillow barrier in the morning. Big day, lots to be done in the kitchen. And you are awoken quite before you wanted to be by the sound of Bosun's fist rapping on the back of the door, alerting you that you all need to be in your places doing your things. Teagan, your bridesmaid's talents are needed. Need to sweep you upstairs and have you helping out the bride, and she's getting a seaweed wrap, and you should probably have one too, that sort of thing.
Oh, of course I should.
Meanwhile, the other two of you are whisked away to the kitchens as chef and sous chef to begin pastry work yet again. And the morning flies by pretty quickly. Unless you guys have any calls to make, you are expected to be in places, and there are other people making sure you are in those places unless you have some clever idea to intervene. I will say, why don't you all throw me an insight check? As at some point throughout the day, you pass by everybody, or everybody passes by you, and see how things are going.
5.
5, strong. It's good.
It's morning time. It's
morning time, and you chugged a full fucking bottle of overproof rum last night.
Look, if you could not yell at me right now, my head is throbbing.
Yes, every little click and clang in the kitchen is just
First thing in the kitchen is just making a big cup of coffee in front of mouth.
I'm actually going to use my inspiration real quick.
Do it. That's what it's there for.
I got a 17.
17, okay.
I got a 19.
19, even better. So let's see. Okay. I just rolled for everybody of any consequence in the place. You guys see Rendell throughout the day, and Rendell is business as usual, very professional. You can't get a read on anything that might be going through his head. Pretty much the same for Lord Sheed. Sheed pops by and pokes his head upstairs, not where the bride is, but has you and Carol brought out to him and just make sure that nobody needs anything or whatnot. You do kind of put a bug in Coral's ear, and she explains that, first of all, no communication was received by Elmira last night or today. And over the course of the seaweed wrap, so you guys can understand why I keep doing this, I don't keep mispronouncing her name just because I get two names confused. It's because all through my notes, she is named both Coral and Carol, and she tells you why is because Rendell can never remember if her name is Coral or Carol, so she just answers to both.
Aww.
So whenever Rendell's around, she calls herself Carol, because that's what he seems to think it is.
Poor baby.
So yes, if I say Carol at any point, I still mean Coral.
Teagan makes an effort to let her know it's totally fine to have a stage name and a regular name. So many people do it.
Oh, yeah.
It's totally common, not a thing to stress about.
That's kind of you. That raises you in her estimation somewhat. She doesn't give you as many snide glances for invading on her special day. Elmira seems a little disappointed that she didn't get a letter back, but she is very swept up in the spoiling that's going on, and jewelry from Sheed's collection came up for her to wear, and it's very ostentatious and not like anything she's worn before, and it's from she's like, oh, I wonder if this one is from the elemental plane of water, or, where did he get this one? I wonder if this one's enchanted, and, metals and substances and jewels that she's never seen in her underwater life. And for the rest of you, you guys get to see flowers milling about, and, of course, he has nothing but sympathy for you, Knob. And kind of gives you your space because he's been there. You also see Mark drifting back and forth, and he just looks stinking smug today. Like he's got very much a sense of I know something you don't know, and it's even more on his sleeve when Sheed is around. And she just makes no time for him or anything that he's up to. He checks on you guys now and again throughout the day. He checks on Flowers quite a few times. But seems to be happy but busy. And quite before you know it, it is quite nearly showtime. And you begin to direct the Sea Spawn, the fishmen, again, who understand you completely, but cannot communicate in return. Following Delilah's directions to cater the event and take stuff up when it's fresh and bring back the empty trays and go back up with something new. Platters of hors d'oeuvres, as well as things for the buffet. And things are running pretty well. And as you go up, you see that all these long chairs and benches, oversized pieces of furniture up in the banquet hall, it's beginning to be somewhat standing room only between Sahagin and Marrow showing up, Sea Spawn milling back and forth. You notice a couple of sea elves who look very uncomfortable, and like they don't especially want to be here with all of these can't really find a way to put it kindly, but these traditionally evil creatures. But everything proceeds like clockwork up until time for the ceremony. The stage, the dais at the end of the room where yesterday Sheed's throne was, has been moved in exchange for a trellis. And Flowers is up there, and he, amidst the finery of it all, like he didn't get a new outfit or anything. He's still a smelly, gross pirate man, standing up there amongst all this finery, and he keeps shooting glances, just trying to find any of you in the room to make good eye contact. Teagan, you are outside of the room, but just in the foyer, kind of waiting to make your entrance. And since the ceremony is fast approaching, duties in the kitchen have been allayed, and you guys kind of come up to the top of the servants' stair and are observing everything. Now, you're probably about 3-4 minutes from showtime, if there's anything that needs to be done or said by any of you before things kick off.
I'm gonna make an effort while I'm like fluffing up her wedding dress and everything. She's gonna say, "Don't you worry, dear. Nothing to worry about. Whatever happens out there is just what's meant to be, and you know that as much as I do."
You say that, and Elmira seems genuinely comforted. Like, yes, you're right. Of course you're right. This is the will of Sekala, and we are but his agents, but his pawns, and it is as he wills, and that's what we will do. And as she's saying this, you see
beautiful.
You see Coral like just behind her, like, Clearly, she has had a good long think about what you implied the other night, and is kind of second guessing herself, maybe. And she puts a webbed claw up on Elmira's shoulders and says, but if you didn't want to marry this, I mean, Sekala probably understands. Sekala, big fan of yours, of ours, and everything. And if you don't want to do it, I mean, you shouldn't have to. You know what? You're the princess. You make the rules, right?
I'm not in this conversation.
And Elmira wheels upon her and says, "No, what a thing for the priestess. You must be joking. What a thing for the priestess to say.
What a funny joke right before the big day, settle all our nerves and everything. So funny of you."
You are then called in, Teagan, to play the wedding march. So you are invited up to the dais with flowers because you need to be on the stage as well.
I do some big grand waves to the audience. Hello, hello.
Yeah.
I make my way up, and I give a wink to Captain Flowers, a knowing wink.
Okay,
and then I'll start playing.
All right. I'm just gonna say, why roll a performance check when apparently a 31 is just your baseline?
It's what I roll every time. You don't even need to have me roll again.
You lay down a beautiful wedding march that I think we discovered last week is not exactly a traditional underwater wedding march, but
right.
The intent is communicated. Sheed appears from his stairwell, 12-foot tall, blue Brad Pitt, floating towards the dais, just stately as ever. And you see he's wearing jewelry and finery. He's got gold hanging off of virtually everything that it can possibly hang off. He's got armbands and bangles and bracelets and rings and earrings and just really, he might as well have golden armor on. It's just so overdone.
Does he have a toe ring?
Interestingly, today, no toes. Instead of anything from the waist down, he has this little whirlwind of water until he reaches the stage.
Cute.
He looks like the Tasmanian devil, just aquatic version.
Does he leave a puddle behind him?
No, it seems to be all completely controlled and just coming along with him. Not even a moist spot on the floor behind him. And presently you get to the appropriate part of the song. You tip the nod to Coral, and she opens up the doors and holding a bouquet of anemones, comes in Princess Elmira, and I haven't had her on the screen. A vision she is, decked out in all of the jewelry that she'd offered to her, and she calmly, slowly, letting everyone drink it all in.
Oh yeah.
Approaches the dais. In short order, the two of them are together. She begins to shrink until he is roughly her size and can take her hand. And Flowers clears his throat, lets out a rum-scented belch, and begins his speech, as much as he has prepared it, which you realize is not very much at all. As a hush falls over the rest of the banquet hall, Marrow, Sahagin, Sea Spawn, Sea Elves, and Mark all looking up to see what goes down next. You can see Mark has lost a little of the smugness. All of a sudden he's wondering how exactly this is going to go down. Sorry, distracted by my own chime. Eric Bra. Thank you, man. I hope I'm saying the last name right. Eric's in the chat and dropped us some cheers. Thank you.
Hey, thank you.
So yes, through a rum-soaked belch, Flower says, "Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to celebrate the union and the love between Princess Elmira and Sheed Alma Mater. Something.
I do a quick little strum to inspire Captain Flowers as he is doing this
Okay.
speech to the crowd.
Since you are helping him, there's a shot he will do well. Says, let's talk marriage.
True love.
What is your inspiration die right now? D6? D8?
I believe it's a D6. Let me double check. Yes, it is a D6. No, a D8. It's a D8.
A D8, okay.
I was incorrect.
I'm going to use that inspiration the chat gave me because I want my boy to do well, and he rolled a 6. There it is. That's a 19. So as you play that note, he kind of straightens up. And, yes, just celebrate the love between Princess Elmira and Lord Sheed Alamada. Such a union has not been visited upon or graced these waters in recent memory, perhaps for all time. The love that they share and the power that is shared between them will doubtlessly make this pairing quite an influential one to be remembered, loved, and feared by all people, beneath and above the waves. So, unless there are any objections, we shall move on to the, and that's about as far as he gets. Before... Can't kick in the doors because no knees.
No knees?
Right, no knees. We've covered this.
But one of the doors goes off its hinge, one of the giant-sized doors, as the heavily muscled Rindle slithers in through the door.
Our man Rindle.
Silver and brass, barnacled trident in his hand, saying, I object.
Oh man, who could have seen this one coming?
And a murmur ripples through the crowd. Sheed's brow darkens heavily, and all of the smugness comes back to Mark's face. And says, Rindle says, Elmira, my love, your letter last night moved me, and I can contain my affection no longer. Your words have driven me from my silence, and I cannot allow you to marry another. And he waddles up, and he can't exactly take a knee. Again, no knees. But he lowers himself to the ground and prostrates himself, kneeling with his trident before him, prostrating himself before his princess.
I play some music in the background.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah.
Flowers takes a big step back. You hear a rumble of thunder. The windows letting in all this natural light suddenly dim as Sheed's face just draws down, the brow furrows, and says, what is the meaning of this? Elmira, says, I don't. No, Rindle, what are you doing? I didn't send you in that. What letter? I sent Sheed a letter. And Rindle's head snaps up and says, he, pardon the pun, fishes around in amongst his fins and produces a letter. It says,
Oh no.
I would recognize your lovely handwriting anywhere. This is all the motivation I need to stand in the way of today's proceedings. And he casts the letter towards Sheed in a very much read 'em and weep kind of way. Sheed lets the letter fall and turns to face Flowers and says, we're going to continue this in just a moment. It seems I have something to take care of first. And through gritted teeth, you see as he grows again to his full stature, and he gestures towards the sea spawn and bosun at the edge of the room, and says, this, the happiest day of my life, is being somewhat spoiled by this upstart Sahagin. Remove him. And whatever you guys intend to do, the banquet hall is rolling initiative. So maybe it's best that we do too.
Cool.
Oh boy.
Oh man.
Natural 20!
Oh!
Yes.
All right.
+3.
All right, so 23 for Knob. I'm going to write you guys down first, and then give me a second to get everybody else in the order. What do you guys get? Delilah?
20.
20?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. I get the feeling I am not beating y'all. And how about Teagan?
18.
18. Man, high from all of you. All right, Captain Flowers. Also natural 20, 23.
Good for him.
My boy. See, we're connected.
Meant to
Mark. 19 plus 2, 21.
be. Ooh, we're all feeling lucky tonight.
Hang on, Doomed Muffin just gave guidance to the person we're fighting, to Sheed.
Oh.
Ooh, you know what? Guidance is technically an ability check. I will take that.
Yeah.
All right, he's going to need it too, because he did not roll well. Oh, that's a 4 on the D4, though. He's still going behind all of you. He's came up to a 16. And let's get our boy Rendell in it. Rendell got 17. This is a good die for everybody but Sheed.
It's biased.
It knows
right.
who it likes.
There are a lot of non-combatants around. Like, I would not consider Coral a combatant. I wouldn't consider Elmira a combatant. They will be doing things in general. And we will... There's also a mob of Sea-Spawn that are loyal to Sheed. There's a mob of Marrow that are loyal to Mark. There's a mob of Sahagin who are loyal to Rendell. But we're going to keep it to the highlights here in the interest of time. So, as Rendell is rising up to look higher and higher up at Sheed with his trident, and you know something's about to go down, Knob is the first to be able to react.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You are at the top of the servant stair right now.
Mm-hmm.
You are probably about 60 feet from the dais, where Phineas, Rendell, Elmira, and Sheed are, and about an equal distance from the exit to this room that you came through the first time that you came in. And there's a lot of people between you and them, but currently they're all seated and not an impediment.
Okay. How far away are Sheed and Elmira?
From one another?
Yes.
They were, like, right next to one another, but Sheed has stepped away to address this Rendell situation. So they're about 10 feet apart right now.
All right.
I know why you're asking.
So, for bonus action, I would like to fucking rage. Let's go. And when I rage, I'm gonna roll a d8.
Yes, as a wild magic goblin. Oh, I heard that. Are you rolling the hollow dice?
I sure am. I roll there because I like the sound.
That beautiful Legends of Valhalla set.
And so, oh no, I rolled a 3.
Okay.
So an intangible spirit, which looks like a flump, whatever the fuck a flump is.
A flump is like an
flump.
underdark jellyfish that flies.
Hell yeah! That's perfect! Appears within 5 feet of one creature of your choice that you can see 30 feet of you. At the end of your current turn, the spirit explodes, and each creature within 5 feet of it must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 1d6 force damage. Until your rage ends, you can use this effect again, summoning another spirit. On each... This is amazing. So every bonus action from now on until my rage ends, I can use it again.
Awesome. Would you like to have run 30 feet as you were raging so that you can put a flump next to somebody?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Sheed, I imagine, since we were asking about him earlier.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Sure thing.
A little jellyfish with a big, dopey, smiley face on it.
Yeah.
If you, between turns, look up what a flump is. They're fucking adorable.
Awesome. Okay. So that's my bonus action. Oh, but he's going to take... Oh, at the end of my turn. Okay. And then, for my action, I'm going to reach one of my hands and bag.
Okay.
Take one out. I'm gonna light it, and I'm gonna throw it at She's face.
Okay. So we have a bombardier in our lovely little knob, and I think, what is it? A dexterity save and throw for him and people around him.
5 feet.
Okay. Currently, that is nobody. Rindle will be probably within 5 feet of him in a moment, but right now it's just our boy. So, what is the DC we set for that?
15.
15. I got a 16.
Dang. Okay.
Half
so
damage?
they take 1d8 piercing and 1d8 fire.
Okay.
So half of that.
All right, roll it up and let me know.
Okay, so the first one is 4.
Okay.
The second one is an 8.
Okay, so 12 down to half is 6. He looks like he could take lots more of that amount of damage, but is suddenly aware that things are going more wrong than he thought they were going, as he looks over and sees the help throwing bombs at him.
As I am running over and throwing the ball, Knob just yells, "Marriage!" And then she just chucks it at his face.
Marriage is what tears us apart today. All right, awesome. Sheed wheels upon you, and noting the damage that he has taken, still seems like he thinks Rindle is a bigger problem, but you know that you're on his list now.
Oh, she just smiles. Just
All right. That brings us down to... Oh, no. Where did my list go? Yeah, like a genius, I put my initiative on a separate page than my hit points. That brings us to Flowers. Flowers is going to jump away from all of this. He's going to run about 30-ish feet towards Delilah at the servant stair. He doesn't really want to be in the middle of any of this. But putting himself between all of you, he is in good range to cast Bless on the 3 of you.
Ooh.
So anytime you roll an attack roll or a saving throw, you will get to add a d4 to the roll. As long as he can concentrate on it, and we'll see how long that is. And that is all he's going to do with his turn for now. That will bring us to High Priest Mark. High Priest Mark is going to reach down to his side into a little pouch that was inside of his vest. He's going to take out this big conch shell horn. He is going to blow it. It's like the big... as long and loud a blast as he can manage on that gulp of air. So, for the next, turn in initiative for everybody, communicating might be a little tough. There's a lot of noise all of a sudden. And that sound is definitely carrying across the waters. Next up, after Mark, is going to be Delilah.
Okay. Start off. She steps out, does her movement, but with a bonus action, I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon. And it is a giant stick of butter.
Amazing.
Tyler.
No, giant stick of butter has entered the battlefield. I don't remember. I rarely play clerics, so I don't remember. I don't think I can attack with it in the first
You can.
round. But oh, I can? Well, it has a 60-foot range. But right now, it's going to go towards Sheed because she's worried for our goblin friend now.
Mm-hmm.
And just as it's not really an action, but just she's also going to take out her her greatsword and her shield and be ready.
Okay.
She's gonna move up as far as she can, but yeah.
I'm happy with all that. Action to equip your shield, free action to equip your weapon, bonus action to cast spiritual weapon, and you get to attack with it, so you go right ahead.
No, I don't want Searing Smite. I want spiritual weapon.
Get with your weapon.
I don't remember what. I rarely play a cleric. 1d8, and what's my spellcaster modifier? Okay.
I'm happy Eric popped in. I'm glad he's here.
Ooh! 10 points.
Oh, you need to hit him still.
Oh, that's right.
So you add your proficiency and your spellcasting modifier, which would be your charisma.
This dice, I'm pulling a Taliesin tonight. This is another natural 20.
Wow!
Heck yeah!
I don't even need no bless.
Now's the time.
Damn.
So I guess that moves it to... It was 6 on the dice, so that makes it 12. Okay, so that would be 18.
18 points of radiant damage.
Yes, because the modifier doesn't get doubled, it's just the dice. So
You are right.
Pretty good.
So you slap this boy with a big stick of butter. And
But no, it's 16, not 18. I counted that wrong. It's 16.
okay, I will amend this number. Thank you for your honesty. Soon as she takes damage, you notice a change take place. You are used to my boy Blue Brad Pitt.
Of course.
Suddenly, there is no more Blue Brad Pitt. Suddenly, there is this guy. From the waist up, he is some kind of an amphibious fatso frog man. And he is like raising his fist to do something to Rindle, and then catches sight of this green webbed claw. And his head like slowly turns in the direction that he heard casting. Locks eyes with you, Delilah. And you think you just moved above Knob on his shit list.
Oh no. That's okay. I'm ready. I'm ready for close combat.
All right. Damn. Well, the jig is up on his handsomeness.
A reveal unlike any other.
Real quick.
Yeah.
We didn't do my flump damage.
No, thank you for the reminder.
He has to make a DC saving throw.
Okay.
Constitution, I think.
All right,
Dexterity.
Dexterity, I got a 23.
Okay, you saved. So,
Yeah.
you take half of 5 damage.
Half of 5 damage. I will shave that off. What kind of damage is flump damage?
Oh.
Just so I know.
It is force.
Yeah, of course it's force. There's nothing resists force damage in this game. Excellent. Good. This is terrible. That moves us down to Rindle. And our boy Rindle has some shit to do.
Yeah, he does.
Rindle's got a magic weapon. Sorry if y'all can hear me typing.
I'm not.
All right. Sheed suddenly doesn't have all his hit points, and all Sahagin, including Rindle, have this cool trait that when something is hurt, they hit it better. Because there's blood in the water. So, he's going to attack Sheed 3 times with the legendary artifact Wave. So let's see how that goes. Well, the first one's a natural 1. Good thing he has advantage. The second one is also a fucking natural 1.
No.
Oh, God, how embarrassing.
Poor guy.
And he was trying to attack Blue Brad Pitt, and suddenly there's a fat Mareed in front of him, and he just doesn't know what to do with it. He has to compose himself for the next couple of attacks. Let's use different dice. There we go. That's a hit number 1, and a hit number 2. Alrighty. Sahagin Barons are cool, guys. It'd be even cooler if they rolled well. All right. He's going to hit with only 2 of his attacks, and he is going to do 29 points of damage. Thank you guys for taking his health away.
That's pretty good.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and move from Rindle to Teagan. You are up. You are much closer than the others to this. You are about 15 feet behind Sheed, about 25 feet from Rindle, 5 feet from Elmira, and you were 5 feet from Flowers and before he booked it.
So I would like to grab Elmira's hand and kind of take her back a little bit. And then I'm going to cast Cloud of Daggers on our not Brad Pitt.
All right, what do I need to do for Cloud of Daggers, please?
I think I attack. Yes. So when he enters the spell's area for the first time... Oh, just kidding. I think he just takes the damage because it's when he's in the field of daggers for the first time. Is that correct?
That is correct. You are choosing a cube that he is already in, so he's going to take it. He doesn't get to save or anything.
Oh, cute.
He's probably not going to choose to remain there after this moment.
Right.
But, hey, why not?
But, you know, those are some pretty good D4s, too.
Yeah, so
right.
roll them
8,
up.
9, 10.
And you're casting it at second level, yeah?
Yes.
Because it has to be cast at second level, at least.
Yeah, that's going to be 13.
Ooh, what an unlucky number for him.
Yeah.
Damn. Good job, girl.
And I'm going to lean over to our lovely princess and I'm going to say, I told you everything's going to happen the way it's supposed to happen. Do you see that?
He looks so, he looks kind of gross now.
Yeah.
That's really unattractive.
It's really not good to lie at the beginning of a marriage, too. This is like a huge red flag.
Well, I mean, I'm wearing a girdle, but, I mean, that seems like a little more.
That doesn't count. That's a lady's secret.
Okay.
That's going to be my turn.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah, we've done around about 60, a little more than 60 damage to this guy already. That's a bad day to be Sheed. All right. Yeah, I get more guidance. Thank you, Doomed Muffin.
I was just reading the chat.
All right, from Teagan, it goes to Sheed. Sheed takes note of all of this nasty that's going on around him, and shouts to the congregation and says, "Now is the time," in a little froggier voice. Says, "We will overthrow the rule of Charybdis with his blessing." And he points back at Flowers, realizes Flowers is not there, points over at Flowers. Like, "A new era beneath the seas shall be established. The wedding will continue when this interruption has been quelled." And as he says that, he reaches out towards Delilah and slowly raises a hand up. And squeaking up between the cracks of the floor at your feet, water starts to pool and gather and rise and take the shape of, because someone paid us for one more thing so that we get more enemies.
Oh no.
You are face to face and within 5 feet of 2 water elementals.
Ooh, cool.
And I'm going to add them real quick to the initiative and see when they get to go.
I have a quick question for you while you're doing that.
Shoot.
So in the Cloud of Daggers description, it says that the creature takes 4d4 slashing when it enters the spell's area for the first time, so when I cast it. Mm-hmm. But it also says, or starts its turn there. Do I deal another 44?
Let's say yes.
Cool.
And he is going to be leaving that space with
That's
his
fair.
movement on this turn.
I would too. Okay.
But go ahead and roll it up.
11 this time.
11. Okay.
And I call out to Delilah
Barnas.
and I say, "Heads up with the daggers there."
All right, the 2 elementals rolled poorly, which actually means they get to go now because we're getting to the tail end of the initiative order. So we're just gonna keep it simple. They gon' make slam attacks against you, Delilah. They both get 2 attacks. They don't have advantage, but that is gonna be, one of them is definitely gonna miss. One of them is gonna be a 23.
That one will hit.
Okay. And the other one, his best is going to be an 18.
So he rolled 118?
Yes.
Okay, then you get 2 hits.
2 hits.
Because 18 is exactly what you needed.
Well, never let it be said that I can't roll under pressure. Under pressure. 8. Ooh. 15.
Oh, that means I've actually usually I just write my hit points, but I got it.
8. All right, between the 2 of them, they managed to deal 31 points of bludgeoning damage.
31?
Mm-hmm. Each hit is 2d8 plus 4, and they rolled pretty good.
Trying to figure out. I never use D&D Beyond actually to manage my hit points. I just write them.
If you click up in that upper right-hand corner, you put in a number, then you can either click minus or plus, and it will do the calculating for you.
I think I did that right. Okay.
And to the people watching, there should be a D&D Beyond little widget to the side of our screen. So if you hover your mouse over it, that should pop up and you can keep track of our hit points with that.
Oh, yikes, Delilah.
Yeah, it's okay.
All right, that is the water elemental's turn, and we go all the way back to the top of the order for Knob. Knob, 20 feet-ish behind you. 2 water elementals just appeared, and the whole scene. I didn't do Rendell's turn. Let me do Rendell real quick. Rendell, of course, wants to stand up. No, I did do Rendell's turn. He poked a few times. He didn't use his magic. He just attacked.
Yeah.
Right, so we are to Knob. So Rendell and Sheed are in melee now. Teagan is pulling Elmira kind of away.
Oh, shoot. Oh,
Phineas has made it pretty much to you at this point, and then there's a fight going on behind you with water elementals. And as this is happening, the rest of the banquet hall just kind of stands up where they're sitting, and it's like reaching across the table and is attacking one another with just anything they've got. The Charybdis loyalists, the Sheed loyalists, the Sahagin loyalists are all just having a field day. And all the while, fish-faced bosun is off in the corner saying, "This was not how this was supposed to happen!" Of course, he's doing, "Bring it in the fish voice. But I cannot very well scream in the fish voice." Yes, it's a ballroom blitz. Knob, how do you add to the chaos?
Knob is having the best time of her life right now. So, I don't know if I have to, I guess, bonus action keep raging?
You don't have to spend the bonus action to keep raging. It's just on until it ends. And I'll let you know if the prerequisites for it continuing are in danger of stopping. But basically, you just need to try and make sure something gets hurt or something tries to hurt you to keep it going.
Then for my bonus action, I'll summon another
Flump.
Flump.
It's really fun to say, isn't it?
Flump. It is very fun to say. Can I hit the elementals with it without hitting?
Yeah, you just have to throw it like on the near side of the elementals, you know?
Then I'm going to do that.
Plus, they're basically a aquatic barrier between Delilah and damage, so fire's not going to get through. Yeah, long story short, yes.
Perfect. Awesome. And then...
Oh, don't worry about fire with the tiefling either.
Yeah, it's true, it's true.
Oh, sweet. How far away from... Sheed am I?
Sheed is correct. Or Genie Boy, or Blue Brad Pitt, or Frogman, whatever you want to call him. I'll know who you're talking about. You ran 30 feet towards him, so since he moved up a little bit, you're 25 feet away. He's like over a giant banquet table from you. But, yeah.
Wow. Got good speed.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna get all the way up on him.
Okay.
And then I'm going to reach into my bag, take out 2 of them, light them, and I'm going to take my giant metal fist, and I'm gonna punch him twice in the face.
Awesome. Okay. So you need to make 2 attacks. If I remember how we homebrewed these bombs, he fails his dex save if you beat his armor class.
Correct.
Cool. Punch him.
Alright. Alright, plus my strength, plus proficiency.
I don't need to maintain the mystery necessarily. Sheed's armor class is a 17. If you beat a 17, and don't forget that you are blessed by flowers if you need that D4.
Well, yeah, I got 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24.
17 and 24?
Well, total. Oh, I only rolled once, sorry.
Yeah, roll a second time, please.
Not as good, but I think total... 19.
Yes, both will hit then. Alright, so he fails his dex save, so you get to roll your damage. Maride's oddly easier to damage than water elementals, just more than twice as healthy.
How do I attack him?
Oh, just roll your d8s.
Oh, okay.
Just roll the damage.
Alright, so 1 is 7,
Okay.
and 1 is 5.
Okay, and that's for 1 hit, and you hit him twice.
Wait, so it's 2d8? Okay.
Yeah, it's a d8 for the piercing and a d8 for the fire.
Oh, right, cool. Okay. And that's a 4.
Okay, so 8 and 4?
Yeah.
Okay. 12 damage. Bad day to be Sheed.
So if I roll it twice, then I'm adding a 6.
Adding a 6, okay.
Yeah. So I'm rolling 4 times total, because 2d8 each time?
Correct.
Okay, yeah.
So another 6?
Yes.
Another 6.
And I'm taking half of the fire damage.
Yes. So
3.
I will leave that to you, because it's just you that it's affecting, and you know the numbers better than I do, which ones were the fire and which ones weren't.
I'm going to say it was 7.
7 works for me.
Okay.
All right. We move from there to Phineas. Phineas.
And, well, my flump damage.
Oh, I'm sorry, your flump damage. Let's make a dex save.
Oh, yeah, dex save, please.
Burp. That's a natural 20 plus 5, hon. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Half damage.
I have to double check, but I don't think that they didn't save. So you're gonna take 2 damage total.
2 damage. Noted.
Force damage.
All right. So you took the path of least resistance. You went under the giant banquet table and all of the guests' legs to make it over to him without having to do anything too difficult. And you just come up out from under the table with a bomb in each hand and just 2 quick uppercuts. And let's face it, you're small, he's big. You're basically uppercutting his junk with bombs right now.
Hell yeah.
Oh man, bad day to be Sheed. He has taken a lot of hurting. Well played though. And that will bring us to Phineas. Phineas is going to do the best thing that he can do. He's something of a cleric himself. He is going to... He's not a big fan of being next to water elementals, so he is going to give you a healing word, Delilah, from where he is situated. Yeah, upcast it a little bit. He's not a great cleric. I mean, he's a drunk. There we go, though. Alright, so you're going to get 11 hit points back. She shouts, "Moral support!" Just... Only moral, though. Those look dangerous. And he is going to start working his way around the edge of the room, trying to make it away from bad things. That brings us to Mark's turn. Mark, the High Priest of Charybdis, stops blowing the conch shell. And... yep, that will happen later. All right. He is going... yeah, he's going to try casting a spell at old Sheed. He is going to extend his hands towards the Merid, and you're going to see, just kind of appearing about 6 feet in front of his hand, these dark black tentacles just apparating in the space between them, and they lash out towards Sheed. Sheed's going to make a dex save. Sheed is really good at dex saves, the guys. Apparently. Not that his modifier is that big, he just rolls really well when he needs to. So he is going to dodge the bulk of this damage. He's going to take, wow, only 8. Mark is not very impressive. Mark feels emasculated somewhat. After Mark, it is Delilah's turn. You've got a bit of a situation going on.
Yeah, I am going to keep my spiritual weapon on Sheed because I can't move it far enough to get back to me, but that's okay. I'll leave it on him. And then I'm checking what this does.
Thank you, Wrath's Rage.
Okay, I am going, because I can only do it on one of them, I'm going to...
oops.
Yeah, I guess the elemental, I guess just on the right, doesn't really matter which one. I can make one attack with my greatsword, and I'm going to use Great Weapons Master. Take the penalty of Great Weapons Master to try and hit it even harder.
All right.
Which I know it subtracts 5, and if it hits, I think it adds 10.
That's correct.
So we'll find out. I don't want to... I have to pick a good dice. Do I use the same good one that I've been using?
So just so I know, Greatsword is a two-handed weapon, right?
Let me check.
And you're also wearing a shield?
Just a normal one. Doesn't say... oh yeah, heavy two-handed, so... I guess then I have just the sword, which I don't actually even know if I equipped everything, so it's fine. But I know I have the sword equipped.
What kind of armor are you wearing? Plate armor, right?
The heavy, yeah, plate.
Okay, so yeah, your armor class is correct how we've played it so far. You're just not wearing your shield so you can hold a big old weapon.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna keep using my good one.
Because 18 doesn't include your shield if you're wearing plate. I just want the chat to know I'm paying attention.
Yeah. Ooh! Okay, so I got to add one, then I have to do a T4 because flowers. Okay, I actually almost made up all 5 hit points, or 5 attack points that I lost in doing Great Weapons Master.
Okay.
Does a 19 hit?
It absolutely hits.
Yes! Okay. So, oh wait, I didn't even add my +3 to that. It's fine, I don't usually use big weapons. Just look at Luca and his 18 hit points. Okay.
So you remember how I said last session, because of the way you handled money negotiations in the last session, that something good would happen? Damus was going to give you a little bit of a present. Your greatsword is going to do an additional d6 of radiant damage. It's going to be treated as a magical weapon, which is good, because water elementals would normally be resistant to the type of damage a greatsword would deal.
Okay, well then let's see what happens.
Make sure you're rolling 3d6 plus 10.
Yeah. And
plus
then
your strength.
Yeah.
Big numbers.
Yeah. Okay, that's 6. 29 points.
Lord, girl. Okay. Showing off that Rob doesn't know how to do math.
It's still, I never used a weapon even when I had cleric. It's a bonus action to just move it, I think.
Yes, it can move and attack, but it can only move up to 30 feet.
Well, I was keeping it on Sheed.
Then it's fine.
But I didn't think I could attack with it this round because I'm using my own attack.
See, while you rolling, good night, Doom Muffin. Hey, Rifle Stud, welcome to the party, man. We're killing some water elementals at the mayhem of the century.
Everyone's going to talk about this wedding.
I mean, anyone who
regardless
survives.
of what happens.
It's a bonus action.
Yeah.
You can move it up and repeat the attack. Okay, so it is a bonus action. If I keep it, I can move it as a bonus action up to 20 feet and repeat the attack against a creature within 5 feet. So.
Yep. No problem.
Okay, it trails
it's coming at
wherever
Sheed.
Sheed had moved. Yeah. Does it do it? Oh, darn, that's a 16. That barely misses him.
Sheed, yeah, misses him by 1. Did you roll your bless? Your D4?
Oh, no. I didn't
yeah,
add
add your bless.
Anything you roll on a bless will make it hit him.
1.
It's a 17! It hits!
Hey!
Oh, God.
Old flowers
Too
coming
many
through.
dice. I have too many dice in this little box. Okay, that's gonna be...
No, you don't.
Ooh, that's okay. That's gonna be 12 points of damage to him.
Hey, 12 to Sheed? Ah, shit. Okay. This is gonna be...
I may pass out, but not before he will.
Perfect. Okay. That is... unless you want to go anywhere, which I'm not sure I would recommend with 2 water elementals in your face.
No, I'll stay right there.
Cool. That brings us to Rendell. Rendell thinks maybe it's time to do something slightly cool, if he can get away with it. Da-da-da-da. Yeah, he is going to flourish his trident and then aim it at Sheed, not in a like stabbing, like want to be inside of you gesture, but just to direct it at him. And I need... Oh, no, it's not random. I can pick. Hell yeah. You see this like glimmering iridescent box form around Sheed. And it's like a cube that encompasses his entire body. And Rendell, like, flourishes the trident behind his back and gives a Finn little Bruce Lee to him and says, "Fight me like a man, without your magical tricks." And that's all he can do this turn.
As a reaction, can I do a little dramatic, like, do-do-do-do-do?
Beautiful.
Of course you can. That's what bards do, baby.
Heck yeah.
All right. So Rendell's trying to level the playing field. Let's see how it goes for him. Then to Teagan.
I am going to bonus action healing word my yellow tiefling friend, Delilah. You're gonna get 7 hit points.
Very nice.
I'm gonna pull out my rapier in case anyone comes near me.
Good thought.
And I'm gonna lean over again and whisper to the princess and say, "You don't have to be a part of any of this if you don't want to. You're a princess. You have that power. And you can choose whoever you want to be in love with." I'm just gonna keep giving her little positive affirmations.
She takes the hand that's around your lute or your lyre, I forget which, in both of hers, and says, "You are just the most supportive bridesmaid I've ever had."
And I glance over at Coral and see if she heard.
Coral is completely just like chewing through her fingers, worried about what's about to happen to Rendell.
Oh, man.
She has been frozen to the spot.
Okay. Rules question really quick because I have an idea. So I cast a bonus action spell
Yes.
I could still use my action for a cantrip, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't you know in rules? I love it.
I learned that one recently. I've been playing way too crazy prior. But I would like to cast Message to Coral.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to say, if there was any time to feel some sort of current and figure out what to do, now is the time, girl. And that'll be my turn.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay. I'm pretty good with persuasion. Ooh. I rolled a 19 plus 7.
Who are you people? Good lord. Okay.
It's that jack of all trades thing for me.
Yeah, that expertise.
I got really lucky, yeah.
Well, Coral's entering the initiative order now. I mean,
yes,
she rolled a 3, but she's going to try and do something.
Queen.
Well, all right, we'll see how far she can get. Oh, damn, this is crazy. Okay. Is that all, Delilah? Are you happy where you are? Oh, sorry,
Teagan's all good.
Sorry.
You're good.
It's hard.
We both sound the same, and we both have similar color schemes.
In campaigns, when I get to know the characters, it's much easier for me to just the name off the tongue, and one-shots and stuff, it's a little slower. Sorry. I'll probably have it down by the time it doesn't matter anymore.
Exactly.
After Teagan is Sheed. Sheed is running low on hit points. I mean, he's not really running low, but like he would rather have more. So he's got to do something. So what he's going to do is... He can't do that because he's in the wave box. So he's going to waste a turn trying to dispel that wave box, and he's going to have to roll for it. Okay, so all Sheed manages to do this turn is he puts a hand on 2 walls of the box, draws his hands to the corner, and rips them apart. And that magical cube that Rindle, it's like by legendary trident wave. Of course, nothing's going to happen to that. She just rips it apart, snarls at him, and says, "I'll deal with you in a moment. I've bigger fish to fry."
Oh.
Yes, I see a raised hand.
Did he move out of my cloud of daggers yet, or did he start his turn in my cloud of daggers again?
He did on his last turn before he got put into a box.
Okay, that's right.
Good question, though.
Never mind.
I will never hate those questions being asked. It is the elementals' turns. One of them is going to try and wallop you again, Teagan, because walloping is what they do. With 2 7s, they are no amount of modifiers are going to get them up to hitting your armor class. Shield or no.
Cool.
The other one is going to try a different tactic. It's just going to try and subsume you. It's going to move into your space and put you inside of its crushing currents and see if it can deal damage to you that way. So there's nothing you can really do about him moving over your space, but you can potentially stop the damage. So I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Strength saving?
Gotta imagine you're okay at these.
Yeah. I don't... Saving throws, I don't get to add flowers as thing. So, 17.
I think you do on Bless, but 17 is already high enough to beat it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you are not grappled. You do not take any damage. And you basically squirt yourself out the side of him to where you are not inside of that elemental any longer. So it was completely wasted effort.
She's the color of butter. She just kind of goes and comes right back out.
I should... As soon as I knew that you were going to make so many butter references, I should have prepared lobster enemies of some kind. Complete
Opportunity
oversight
missed.
on my part.
We're gonna have a sequel where we crash another wedding just for that.
Well, and I also haven't even told all these characters the dumb way that she came to Damus anyway. You know of.
All right, Coral's turn.
Yes, girl.
Come on, Coral.
Coral is going to do the best things that she can do. She is going to cast Spiritual Weapon.
Ooh.
So a trident, very much like Rendell's trident, is going to appear floating next to Sheed as well. And it's going to try and make a slap at Sheed. And with a 19 on the die, Homegirl gonna hit. So let's roll up some wonderful radiant damage. 7 on a d8, not bad, Coral.
What a queen.
Man, she's impressing especially herself right now. You did not think she had it in her, but when her scaly boy becomes threatened, she says, "I'll save you, Rendell. It's Coral, by the way." After Coral's turn now, it's Knob.
Okay.
You are mixing up with Sheed. There's floating stick of butter and a floating trident, and there's a magical field and whatnot. Not sure. No, the magical field just got torn away, so you're good.
The magical field, is that the field of daggers that you're talking about?
No, that's over there. It's still going. But
Yeah, it's in the corner. I'll drop it, though.
Rendell had tried to put Sheed in a box, and she did away with the box.
How far away is Sheed from the daggers?
You only had to move 5 feet away, so he's only 5 feet away.
Okay.
Otherwise, Rendell would have taken lots of op attacks at him, because Rendell can do that.
I'm right up on Sheed,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Can I punch him so hard he goes back into them?
You can definitely grapple him and move him over. It is possible if that would be the direct route. I would say if you punch him hard enough, I will set a damage threshold that if you cross that damage threshold, you would push him back.
Okay, I'm gonna try that.
Okay, so we're gonna try and literally blow him back into it. So you do a little footwork, you get on the opposite side of the daggers, of Sheed from the daggers, and you're going to try and do it. Let's say... we're going to call it 22 damage. Don't forget that you get to add your raging.
Yes.
It has to be from the bombs. The flump is not going to count towards it, but...
Okay.
So it's possible. Don't forget to add your rage damage and your strength damage, but you could do it.
There it is. Okay. Oh, okay. I need this. Okay, well, first I should roll the hit.
Yes. Order of operations.
I rolled a 15.
Did you roll your bless from flowers?
No, but, I mean, I add things.
Oh,
right?
it's 15 on the die? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, that one will hit.
I also don't know what.
Go ahead and roll the second to hit, see if you hit.
Well, I rolled a 19.
Okay, so you're going to hit twice, so that's 48, plus your strength, plus your rage.
You got this.
Plus my melee bludgeoning weapon, right?
Yeah.
If I'm punching him in the face?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, so the first one going to be a 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15,
I like
16,
hearing the dice
18,
jingle.
19, 20 on the first one.
Ooh, okay.
And I take 4.
I feel like we're going to beat 22.
Nope, plus 2, because of my melee damage from raging.
There you go. All right, go ahead and roll up the second one for me. I'll be doing my math.
Okay, this is a 6, 7, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh, plus strength. 4, 6, 26.
Okay. All right, that is going to blow them back into the dagger cloud. So I need 4d4 from Teagan as well.
Look at this teamwork. I love it.
If I rolled a 7, half of that would be...
You always round down in 5th edition, so it would be 3.
Okay.
9 slashing from me.
9 slashing. All right. So yeah, couple more nut uppercuts with bombs into fists, blows him back into the cloud of daggers again. He shouts in rage and annoyance, and you can see that this is really starting to wear on him. Like, he does not look like a healthy guy. And I assume you're also flumping him.
No, I'm flumping the elementals.
Okay. Yeah, they're still within 30 feet of you. Do you want to pick the one that's already been hurt?
Are they together?
Oh yeah, it's within 5 feet, isn't it? Yeah, they're together.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. That is definitely a success and definitely a failure.
Okay. So the one that is a failure got 5, and the one success got 2? Yeah, 2.
All right. Now there's damage on both of them. That will make Sahagins in the area more easily hit them. It's good to be a Sahagan. Very good turn. Excellent. You happy where you're at, or do you want to take opportunity attacks from Sheed?
Oh no, I'm very happy.
Okay, cool. After Nob is Phineas. How are you looking after those few healing words? Do you need another?
I'm probably okay right now.
Probably okay. All right. He will try instead then, continuing his theme of not being anywhere where he could possibly get hurt. He will try and guiding bolt the most hurt water elemental.
That's fun.
And he rolls a 2. So this missile of divine force rockets wide past anything that it could possibly hurt. In a room literally filled with creatures it could hurt, it manages to make it all the way to the wall and detonate. And warning shot. He will put his back against the wall. Mark's turn. Mark starts making his way through the melee. He's kind of worming his way through everything that's happening. He pushes a sea spawn away with a hand, and his chin tentacle slaps another across the face, and he's making his way towards the door. As he is making his way towards the door, a sea spawn who had been stationed up on the battlements comes down and starts waving, emphatically. And Bosun, fish-headed butler man, turns to him and says, "What do you mean there is a ship on the horizon? We're not expecting any further guests." Shouting so that he can be heard. After Mark, it's Delilah's turn.
Okay. How rough exactly is our not blue Brad Pitt anymore?
So he is what older editions of the game would refer to as bloodied. He's below half his hit points. I mean, he's still probably got more hit points than any two of you combined, but that's a bad day for him.
And second question.
Yep.
Is he still wearing his metal jewelry?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
It is just much wider than it looked in his other form.
Yeah.
Just stretched with him.
Yeah.
Would you say, because it is metal and it is on him and has 60-foot range, would heat metal work on it?
Let's go with yeah.
Okay. Then I'm going to stay put where I am. The spiritual weapon's going to get to do its thing because it's staying with him because I can't get it close enough to me. Yeah. But I am going to pull out heat weapon. I think I accidentally hit something here, but regardless, I'll fix that in a second. Anyway, I'm going to heat metal on his jewelry. I'm just trying to see. I think this might be... The object grows red hot, the creature in physical contact. It doesn't say that there's a spell attack, it just says creatures in physical contact.
Yeah, heat metal is pretty awful because the saving throw doesn't stop you from taking the damage. It just gives you make a saving throw to have the permission to do something other than take it off. So if you make your saving throw, you get to continue to take the damage, but take your turn normally. It is so terrible.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to further because of the level that I am at. I'm going to pump an extra D8 into it by casting it at 3rd level with one of my 2 3rd level slots.
Damn. All right, go for it. So all you do is roll damage. I'm going to make a Constitution saving throw just to see if he can do anything with his next turn besides trying and get out of all this gold.
I'll roll the damage for that real quick, and then as a bonus action, I get to attempt with the spiritual weapon. But we'll see if it even hits. So, where's all my D8s? And reread. Make sure I got all of the things.
As you were doing that, he rolled shit. So his next turn, he is going to have to try and get himself out of all of this gold. It's another turn of him not doing all the cool stuff he can do.
Let me quickly roll these, and then I'll look at them in a second. Okay, for damage, we have 12. $19 points fire damage.
Okay.
And then for the spiritual weapon, this flowers. That is a 19 to hit him.
That hits him.
19 or an 18, one of those two.
Both of them would hit him.
Right now. God, I have to go back between all of my items because I don't remember all of the hit die for everything. Okay, just an 8.
It's a shame you have so many things you can do. I should just make y'all lower levels next time.
Nah.
You say with 3 clerics, 2 of which are yours in the game. That is an additional 8 points.
8 points
of damage from the spiritual weapon.
Very nice.
And then otherwise she's staying put. She didn't attack the elementals, but she's staying put.
This is quite clearly the worst day of Sheed's life. His nice wedding attire has holes and rips and stains all through it. He's like leaking. He's not so much got blood in him, but like water is spewing out in places that he probably wish it wasn't. Wow, well done. That'll bring us to Rindle. Rindle is kind of disappointed he's not getting to do his magic trident thing, but you know, magic tridents still work as tridents, so he'll give him 3 quick stabs. He's got advantage on them all. Hit. Hit. And barely a hit, but a hit nonetheless. Rindle's a scary dude, y'all. If you have been hit before. Alright, Rindle's gonna nail 27 points of damage into Sheed. Elmira, right behind you. Teagan is like... It's kind of...
It's gonna be great. You look so tough.
Pulling for Rindle all of a sudden. Stick him with the end. Yeah, Rindle's happy. He's defending his honor and poking the guy that was going to be poking his girl. And that brings us to Teagan's turn.
All right. The first thing I'm gonna do is call out to Sheed and say, "This must be really embarrassing for you." And I'm gonna cast Vicious Mockery on him.
Oh.
So he needs to do a Wisdom saving throw.
I mean,
The
frankly,
DC
yes,
is
it is.
15.
It is pretty embarrassing. This is not how he saw this going. Okay. He's got a good bonus
to really
this.
Feel it.
He manages to eke out a 20.
Ah, rat. That's okay.
There's
I know that
there's emotional
internally
damage
he's
done,
hurting.
just not psychic damage.
Emotional damage.
Thank you.
And is Delilah back at full health yet, or is she still
Not full, but close enough. It's fine.
okay?
Yeah.
Then I will
Damage.
I will play my lute and give inspiration to Rindle.
Rindle. Okay. You will take that. I'm going to mark that down.
It's going to be like a different version of the wedding march that's like unique for him and
Okay.
our princess. And that'll be my turn.
I was just going to say I'm reading Heat Metal again to see if in subsequent turns if he can't drop things, if it keeps hurting. It does say that if the object can't be dropped, it has disadvantages on attack rolls and ability checks until the start of my next turn.
He is going to be working his way towards getting whichever of those many things that you have picked on his person to be getting that off. But I think he's going to take damage at the start of his turn too, right?
He is.
Much like the Cloud of Daggers.
Well, I mean, it'll still be hot, so yeah, I guess so.
Or does it only do damage at the start of his turn? And we rolled it too early.
I mean, I'll read. Go ahead and move to whoever's next, and I'll read.
All right, well, next would be him. So...
He
well,
got
never mind,
pushed into the Cloud of Daggers again, right?
that's true. Some 44 in his future.
I pre-rolled it. It's 13.
Oh, God.
Re-rolled it.
I was like, oh, great. I'll roll now. I got all excited.
Okay. I'm not sure if... Oh, wait. Until the spell ends, you can use a
Attagirl.
bonus action of your subsequent turns to cause damage again. So it would be a bonus action to make it do the same damage.
Okay, a
again.
bonus action on your turn. So he's already taken the damage for now and doesn't need to take any more until your turn. It's good. That means he gets a chance to do something, but all he gets to do is take off your stinking bangle that's causing him so much pain. Well, that's going to be his free action anyway. He needs to do something, bless him. He is going to vanish. Let's see. Have to see a target to op attack them. You guys are seasoned adventurers. Invisibility is not a terribly high level spell. You know he didn't teleport. He didn't blink away. He just put on the One Ring to rule them all and moved somewhere in the room with his 6 hit points.
During that movage away-age, could I try an opportunity attack?
Per the rules, you have to see the target.
Oh, okay.
I kind of agree that's maybe not... We can talk about that another time and rules that I would change in 5th edition if I got the chance. But for now, his 6 hit point butt is moving slightly away. To where we are not sure. As we go from Sheed to the Elementals, we're going to see if that Whelm ability comes back. It does. So one of them's going to try and wallop you. The other one is going to try and absorb you again, dear Delilah. 2 wallops. No. Because I can't roll double digits, apparently. But it's your turn to roll now as one tries to subsume you. Give me that strength save and throw. Looking for a 15 or better.
For a second, these dice, for everybody, I love these glass dice, but I have the ones that have itty bitty numbers. So for a second, I thought I rolled a 9, and then I look closer, and it's a 19.
Come on. Okay, well, no damage from that, no damage from the other 2.
But if this was charisma, it would be a 1 probably, because I don't have that.
From some invisible source in the room shouts, "You inept moisture creatures!" That brings us down to Coral. Coral's spiritual weapon has nobody to attack. Actually, it's going to drift over and it's going to start walloping some marrow who is attacking one of her Sahagan brethren. And she's going to run towards Teagan, sudden source of inspiration, and her princess, and try and do her job and be protective and whatnot. You hear Bosun shout from over near the doorway. What's coming? And then I need everyone to make a dexterity saving throw.
Ooh.
Ugh.
You're still blessed.
Oh, that's right. Thank goodness.
That bless is doing a lot.
Yeah.
Bless is a good spell.
I know. Where did my...
12.
12. Okay.
15.
Barely passed.
Oh, it was all that bless.
How did the lady in armor... I rolled a 14 with the 3 on bless.
Okay, so you made it. So all that's happening is suddenly beneath your feet, the whole castle seems to shift.
Oh.
And 2 of you are able to keep your feet. Nob is not. And in all fairness, most everyone crumbles to the floor. And Mark is standing over by the doorway to the foyer, just as smug can be, as a 15-foot wide tentacle busts through the already somewhat unhinged door and just plows through one of the banquet tables.
Whoa.
Charybdis, my friends, is our uninvited party guest.
The god?
And is a motherfucking kraken.
No way!
Cool.
Oh my god, that's so cool.
And this kraken has decided that this castle doesn't really need to be here anymore.
Oh.
You guys are in that castle. Just as a note. It is now Nob's turn. You are on the floor.
Uh-huh.
Half your movement to stand up, and then you can do whatever you want.
Okay. While I'm standing up, can I try to... Did the shake make, sheet come back to visibility?
No, interestingly, Mareed can fly, so he wasn't in contact with the ground and didn't have to make a saving throw.
Okay. Can I smell him? Can I smell about where he is?
I will give you the opportunity to do that. He smells like fish and brine, and you are surrounded by a bunch of people who smell like fish and brine.
Yeah.
So it is possible...
It also smells like warm fish because of the heat metal.
Okay, fair. So a bit like, seared tuna.
Yeah, okay.
That's a good point. I appreciate that. So I will lower the DC a bit, and you can roll a perception check.
Will that take my action?
Really, if I were following the rules exactly, I would say yes, but let's say no.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't try that hard, because it takes too much time. Like, Nob wouldn't try that hard. She'd just be like, whoa, where'd he go? And if she doesn't see him, he's gonna go attack whatever is next. Which I'm assuming the closer thing is gonna be the elemental, right?
Yeah. They're a banquet table away.
Okay, I'm going to, how far away is that banquet table?
You are right next to it. It's right behind you.
Oh, cool.
The elementals are about 30 feet away on the far side of table.
Mm-hmm. Okay, then I'm gonna hop over to the one that looks more damaged.
Yep.
I'm gonna go ahead and punch him twice. With
Do it.
bomb.
AC's a lot lower than Sheed's.
Well, I rolled a 19.
Yep, that's one.
And then...
I'm going to go ahead and roll a flump saving throw while I'm at it.
I rolled another 19.
Very nice.
I like this dice. Okay.
Which shade of the...
I got the iridescent.
Okay. Those are really pretty. I can't read them super well, but they are gorgeous.
I thought they were going to be difficult to read given the picture online, but having them like in person, they're a lot
Not
easier
so
to
bad.
read than I expected.
Gotcha. My favorite's
okay.
the silver and cyan. Cyan, whatever you
Ooh,
want
yeah,
to say.
I like the black and gold the most.
Those are good too. Sorry, dice nerds. Moving on.
8 and a 10. That's a 10, yes. Okay, so the first one is going to be 8, 9, and then 13. 6, so 16 total.
16. Okay.
And I take. Oh no. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Okay, and then the second. Oh, come on. A 0 is a 1, right?
A 0 on a D10
Yeah.
is 10.
Yay! Okay. So 10, but the other one I only rolled a 2. Okay, so 10, 11, 12, and then 13, 14. And then 15, 18. So 18 total.
Okay. Well, you know, water elemental is difficult to tell when it's bloodied, but it's quite bloodied.
Cool. And then, actually, I want to send out my flump somewhere that I think that Mr. What's-His-Face would have gone.
Okay. Just a spray and pray tactic.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to roll... Let's see. You've seen how fast this guy can move. You know he can fly. I'm going to give you a 1 in 6 chance of being able to put a 5-foot radius explosion near him.
Hey, don't tell me what it is. I'm just going to roll.
Okay.
A D6, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. A 5.
Nope.
Cool. Okay.
But a flump does explode in midair. It's fireworks. It's pretty.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So pretty. Wow.
Let's see. After Knob, it is Phineas's turn. Phineas turns to look for Knob, and Knob's kind of far away. So he turns and looks at Teagan, who is much closer, and says, "There's a ship. Ship on the horizon. My ship. Our ship. We need to... That's our ticket out of here. Carib just came through. We need to leave."
Yeah.
And he is going to kind of look back and forth. And he's going to run up, breaking his code of not being in melee with things. He's going to run up towards Delilah. And he's going to cast Thunder Wave on these two... water elementals. Cool thing about him is he doesn't have to roll damage. He's a Tempest Cleric. He can just do max. Mm-hmm. One of them fails to save. One of them makes their save. Neither of them dies, but they both take a lot of thunder damage. And he gives Delilah, who he is now close to, a meaningful look and says, "I don't know how long this place is going to stay up." And that's his turn. Then it is Mark's turn. Mark is having a grand old time. There's a big-ass tentacle coming through this place. He just, like, unceremoniously and without any grace or decorum, just worms his way on top of the tentacle and is riding it around the room like a drunk girl on a mechanical bull. And he's saying, "Yes! Yes! Your reckoning has come!" Yeah, he feels no further need to intervene when a titan is on his side. It's Delilah's turn.
Okay. Spiritual weapon is just kind of floating around. Doesn't know what to attack anymore. But I will use a cantrip as my action because I still have basically like both of the water elementals around me, right?
One of them, thanks to the thunder wave, has been blown 10 feet away. The other one, the quite hurt one, is slightly far away from you. But, I mean, you could get to it without provoking an op attack. It was only 10 feet.
Let me just see what the range on this is. Range. What is the range? Is there a way that I can get within 5 feet of both of them, but not of flowers?
Yes.
Okay, I will do that. I'll just get in there. I'm going to use my Word of Radiance cantrip.
Oh, I love that one. Okay. What is it? Yeah. Con saves?
Yep, Constitution save, 15.
Yeah, neither of them do that.
Okay, so they both are going to take a 6.
6?
Yep, a 6. Well, I have to roll. It's a d6. But... Oh, wait, no, that is a 6.
The damaged water elemental had 5 hit points left. So you evaporate half of him, and the other half just falls sentienceless to the floor. And the other is starting to look kind of hurt. Well played.
I only moved a little bit, but even though it gives him an attack of opportunity, I'll start kind of scooting away back towards Flowers.
Okay. Flowers is also within 5 feet of this guy, so you don't have to take an op. Much as I'd like to hit you. Okay, after Delilah is Rindle. Rindle is going to start trying to make his way through the combat, and he's not like you, Nob. He can't just like run under a table. He's starting to fight his way towards Elmira and is shouting her name and is trying to reach her. That's really all he's got going on. He's just trying to duck out of the way of the enormous tentacle that's thrashing about the room. And Teagan.
Okay. I'm going to turn to Coral and Elmira? Is that her name? I'm gonna look at them and I'm just gonna say, now is the time where we start to make our exit. So if you want to start to head out, we do have a potential ship waiting. So I would recommend heading out towards that. And can I drop the cod of daggers that's out on the field and put another cod of daggers up? Cool. Yes. I'm going to do that on the water elemental.
Okay, sick.
Yeah. So.
All right, so roll your 44. There's nothing I can do against it.
11.
11. Well done.
And I will inspire Nob.
Excellent. Rendell's still got its inspiration you gave him. After Teagan, it is Sheed's turn. Sheed, whenever someone is invisible, I typically just say Sheed is a place and does a thing, but you guys aren't able to suss out what any of that is. There is one elemental left.
Did it start its turn in my cloud
It started its turn in your cloud of daggers.
Oh. Well, I will have to roll more dice then. Not as great this time. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 8.
8, okay. It is going to, let's see, it's really only still within spitting distance of Phineas and Delilah. Does it want Phineas or Delilah? It wants Phineas. So it's going to try and roll over Phineas, and he's going to make a strength save. He sucks. So he's going to take some damage. An uncomfortable amount of damage for 2d8.
What he deserves.
I mean, frankly. And he's going to make a Constitution saving throw to see if his bless stays up. And it does, surprisingly. And as he kind of squirts out of the side of this thing, he looks over to Nob, who is still kind of in the thick of things in the middle of the room, and says, "Hey, Trident!" And it is
You got it.
Coral's turn. Coral... She can't do too much, frankly. She is going to stand between anyone and Elmira and is going to take the dodge action. And she is going to start shouting Rindle's name as Rindle is coming towards them, shouting Elmira's name. Yeah, it's just a mess. That's all she does before we're back to Nob.
Okay. Where is Rindle?
Rindle has only managed to make it about 15 feet away from you as he's trying to, cut his way through Sheed's sea spawn allies.
Okay. And he's holding the trident, right? It's not like a magical thing? I mean, I'm sure it's a magical thing, but... Okay. Big is Rindle?
Rindle is a large creature.
Awesome. Okay. Nob is going to... where's the final water guy elemental?
About 15, 20 feet beyond Rindle in the direction of your friends.
Okay. So can I move towards the water elemental? Attempt to yoink the trident and keep going to the water elemental?
You can attempt that, yes.
I would like to.
Okay.
What do I do?
All right, so you're going to run up, and he's swinging and poking and prodding and butting with his trident, trying to make his way towards his princess. It is a moving object. I'm just going to call this... I think you will have no difficulty with your big-ass gloves just clamping down on this thing. The question is, can you tear it away from his grasp? You are raging. You have advantage on strength checks. It's not going to be athletics, though. It's just going to be your strength versus his strength. But you get to roll twice.
While I'm yoinking, can I say, "Go be with your beloved"?
You can absolutely say that.
Okay.
You also have inspiration, so you can add a D8.
I think they both have an inspiration.
Well,
True.
that is true. So we're going to see how this goes. You ready?
Baby. All right.
We're going to do the blue and gold one. Because it has typically rolled better. I don't have advantage.
Okay. Okay. So, hang on. What am I adding to this?
Your strength bonus.
Do I add anything to it because of raging, or is that just gives me the advantage?
Just gives you the advantage.
Okay, and strength bonus is 4. So 21.
I got a 14.
Really?
So you shout this as you grab with both your big metal gloves, and as he
Just-
goes to thrust, his hand just slides along it, and you suck it out and keep running.
Okay.
He's gonna try and take an op attack against you, but it's just
Fair.
gonna be with his fist because he doesn't
That's fair.
have anything in his hand anymore. See if you can roll better than a 4 this time. Okay.
Come on, baby.
He is going to hit a 19.
Ooh, yeah, that hits.
Okay, you're going to take 5 points of bludgeoning damage, which you reduce down to 2 since you're raging.
Okay.
And as you are holding this thing, you hear a voice inside your head
Uh-oh.
say, "You are not worthy to wield me. Take me to Amano's Blessed.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm doing. Jeez, be patient. Okay.
It's being sassy with a sentient weapon. It's classic Knob.
Great idea, I'm sure.
All right, that was your action. You were on the far side of the banquet table. You're within 10 feet of your friends now. Pretty much all of your friends, as a matter of fact, since we've all kind of been slowly getting closer together. Yeah, good stuff. And you still have a flump.
Yeah. I will put it on the wall.
Okay. I'm going to take half damage. Roll away.
Well, I rolled a 2.
I'm going to take 1.
Okay, does this count for damage towards my rage? Because I didn't attack this turn.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, cool.
All right. So, I would like to get... You guys, we aren't dead yet. I just saw the chat. You guys are all basically together. You have one less than half health water elemental between you. Is the plan just to run?
That's what my next turn was going to be.
What was your next turn going to be, Delilah?
One of two things. Either keep hitting the elemental or throw Phineas over her shoulder and start trying to head out with everybody.
All right. Because we are pushing our time a little bit, here's what I'm going to say. Rendell, enraged, is trying his darndest to make it through this swath of creatures to make it to you. But he's got to mind an enormous tentacle and keep beating up on opposed forces. And he doesn't have a trident to make that job easier anymore. So he is not having a great time. He's not making good progress as you guys can on the fringes of the room. A barbarian with a magical trident is a good thing. Phineas tries to get the trident from you politely. When his turn rolls around, Knob, do you allow him to?
Oh yeah, I don't care about this thing.
Okay. He gets a hold of this thing, and as soon as he is holding it, he gets access to a cool new ability where he can control water elementals.
Yes!
Ooh.
King, let's go!
So he turns the guy that you were fighting into a bulldozer to try and help you guys make your way out. Mark doesn't especially care that you guys are making your way towards the door. He kind of had an arrangement with Flowers, but the Kraken can't exactly see inside to know what he is wrecking. So there's a possibility you guys are going to get slapped around on your way out, and a Kraken slaps pretty hard. But really, that's the only thing you have left to contend with. So I'd like everybody to make 2 dexterity saving throws. And let's pretend Flowers is still blessing you because it hasn't run out yet, and he's really not taking any damage, lucky bastard.
Can I put my sword away and bring out my shield and kind of like put myself between it and the princess and or Coral, whoever's closer?
Yes. Elmira is happily coming with you guys. Coral has remained to try and assist Rendell. Not caring at all that his trident is gone, but she wants to help the boy.
You thirsty?
Mm-hmm. She got it bad.
Okay. I rolled an 18 and a 13, but could I also do something for my next turn, quote unquote?
Yeah, go ahead and tell me what it is while they roll.
Okay. I want to use magic awareness to detect concentrated magic. Could I use that to detect where Invisible Guy is?
That is a wild magic barbarian thing.
Uh-huh.
Let me look at it and let you know.
Okay.
If any spell or magic item that isn't behind total cover. This makes this better than Detect Magic, because Detect Magic specifically says that it has to be visible, which means you can't use it to see invisible stuff. This seems to be fine. Within 60 feet. So you would see that basically floating at the roof of this room, at the ceiling of it, basically in the middle of the room, Sheed is watching all of this very angry.
Okay.
But
bonus action.
Focused on his survival. Flumph is 60 feet or 30 feet?
30.
He's a little far for 30.
Okay.
But you got bombs.
Can I throw a bomb?
You can throw a bomb.
I'm going to throw 2 bombs just to make sure.
Okay. When you're done with this, I will say sticking around will mean that you'll need to make a 3rd dexterity saving throw.
Okie.
But don't forget you have advantage on them because danger sense and barbarians.
Oh, hell yeah.
So go ahead and make your throw.
Okay. Alright, so it's whatever plus 7. It's going to be a 24 to hit.
That will hit. So he needs to make a dex save. He will not succeed. So roll your 2d8. You basically have to biff this to not kill him.
Okay, so that's a 3. Come on. And an 8.
Awesome. All right. So producing one of Roxy's special deliveries from out of your bag, and then a second
Thanks,
one.
Mama.
You light the fuses, give him a little kiss for good luck, wind up your enormous gloves and huck them towards the ceiling. And funny thing, when Marids die, they basically just explode into a puddle of water. And so you go from you throwing a bomb at the ceiling to suddenly it starts raining inside. And unless you tell them, no one's really sure perfectly what you did, but you, with your awareness, you knowing what you saw with your magic awareness and knowing what Roxy's bombs do, you know what you did.
Oh, I know. Oh, I know.
All right, how did those dex saves go, everybody? And make sure you roll your extra one and make sure you have advantage, Tsuki.
Okay.
How'd they go, Delilah?
On one of them, I got a natural 20 plus 1.
Hell yeah.
On the other one, I got a 16.
Okay, 16 won't quite do it. All right. And what'd you get, Teagan?
My first one was also a natural 20.
You guys. These Misty Mountain dice, man.
Oh, they're great.
Yeah.
Highly recommend. And the other one, I rolled a 19.
Well, okay, you passed them all. And how about our little barbarian gal?
Okay, so I rolled 3, all with advantage.
Okay.
I failed 2 of them.
Okay.
Oh.
So, Teagan, if you pass them, you take no damage from this because you just avoided the tentacle entirely. So, Delilah, you're going to take 26 points of damage as huge tentacle comes and slaps you up against a wall. Same tentacle puts you into the wall and then into the dirt, Knob. You take 26 twice, but you're still raging. So it's basically just 26.
Oh, thank goodness! Awesome. Oh god, not 2,400, whatever.
As you guys squirm past this tentacle, the entire time the castle is rumbling, stones start falling down from the ceilings, you start to see windows where there weren't windows before, as tentacles are just crushing this place and starting to bring it down and tear it apart from its foundation. As though Charybdis doesn't care who is inside, as long as anyone threatening his day doesn't get out of this alive. But once you guys make it to Mark kind of escorts you to the water's edge, where a gorgeous double-masted ship is slowly just coming straight down that vertical wall of water, as if something is making it cling to the water's surface like it magically can't capsize, and is being basically special deliveried right to where you guys are standing. Holding this bronze and silver barnacled trident, Flowers cannot conceal how excited he is to see this thing coming down. He takes off his hat and he whips it into the air, does a little jump and pumps his fist with the trident in it, and says, "Let's get out of here." Very shortly, it's pulling up. You guys get a sense of the scale of this kraken as feet behind you, he pushes this castle off of where it's sitting and into the ocean off of the rock outcropping. You see creatures, Marrow, Sahagin, kind of squirting out windows and leaping to the safety of the waters without. While
Do we
Mark,
see Coral
make a perception
swimming
check.
away? Okay.
Oh, no.
I don't want this princess to lose her, like, only friend. That's 22.
22. You catch Rindle and Coral leaping out of one of the windows away. You
Thank
see
goodness.
that Rindle has Elmira tucked up under one arm. She is limp. You're not sure exactly what limp means from this distance, but they are all leaving.
Okay. I will write them a song.
After Sheed's death, the water that has been pushed away from this castle begins to crash back in. You guys manage to make it up the rigging and up onto the deck of this ship, which just neatly rides up as this cavern of water just molds itself back in with the rest of the ocean. And presently, you guys are sitting on top of a still ocean with barely a wave, as now and again bits of furniture start floating towards the surface. And you see in the distance, as the reckless abandon pushes you ever farther away, northward, away from whatever that was behind you, an occasional shark fin breaking the surface. Phineas situates himself at the helm, and suddenly, mournful over the fact that he let his hat go, is consoling himself with the last of the bottle of rum from last night, and is delighted and trying to show off to Nob, if she's interested, how he can not even touch the tiller, and the ship will start to guide itself generally in the direction. Sails will furl and unfurl at his behest, and is basically cruise itself. And with a great sense of satisfaction, drowning out his loss, Phineas Flowers is having a grand old time. On a ship that doesn't require any of you to crew it, and once again headed to the shores of Lustra. What is Teagan doing?
She has situated herself atop a seat or a crate or a barrel of some sort. And she is furiously writing down everything she can remember that happened, and making little notes about oh, this would be a good ballad, and this one would be a really good drinking song, and this part of the story has to do with this, and exaggerating upon everything that's happened so she can write basically an entire album about this whole wedding.
Fantastic. Where does Delilah find herself?
She's gone back to the far end of the boat, kind of where no one is. She's just kind of looking out at the water, holding her knitted necklace that is her Damus, a hand gripping a coin And she's just looking up in the sky and saying, look, I know a lot of stuff happened down there and a whole lot of other gods just started getting involved, but you're my little man. I know you did everything for me. Maybe I should come up with a better nickname for you now.
It is difficult to discern the pleasure and displeasure of the gods sometimes, even for a cleric. But you feel a begrudging satisfaction within yourself from without yourself. Nob, are you up where flowers can talk to you, or do you find yourself elsewhere on the ship?
I'm with Flowers.
Okay. And what are you up to?
Thank you for asking. She is, she's gonna go up to Captain Flowers. She's gonna be like, so, Captain, pretty sweet trident you got there, huh? And then she holds out her right hand for a handshake.
Okay. He takes the trident and plants it tip down in the deck of the ship, and with a slight nod reaches out his hand to shake yours.
And then she's gonna do that thing where she's like, come on, bring it in.
All right, he will take a knee and embrace you.
And she's gonna yoink one final amulet.
Make a sleight of hand check.
Ooh, biscuits. It's gonna be a dirty 20.
A dirty 20. Let's give him his chance.
Can I add, because do I still have an what is it called? The
Bardic inspiration.
Guidance.
guidance.
You can do a guidance.
Right. Okay, these are kind of hard to read. 22.
22. All right, you come away with another one of his necklaces.
Beautiful.
And he doesn't
I tuck
notice.
it underneath my poncho. And then I give him a real hug.
You embrace for as long as you wish, and then slightly longer as he continues to hold on to you and says, by the way,
Huh?
do you know what happened to my 2 missing necklaces? I've been missing them ever since we...
Still really think that we did anything? That was just a joke. Oh my gosh, do you really... Me? Jesus. I don't know why you thought that for so long. Nah. I would never.
He chews on a stubbly lip and says, I guess they're back on the ship then.
Maybe.
Well, I'll have to buy some new ones in Lustra.
Oh.
And with that, as you guys sail off into the north, I think we'll call that an adventure.
Yay!
Yay! Teagan also makes sure to talk to Nob about, being her manager and what their cut of everything in the future is going to be and all of that too.
And I'm just like, oh, I got stuff to do.
I'm gonna be.
I taught you all I know.
What day were you gonna need me?
that.
Oh, I'm gonna be busy that day.
No, I already have plans. Can't
That's too bad.
Oh man, that was so much fun, you guys.
That was awesome.
That was a lot of fun.
I'm going to add to that for you, Teagan, by saying Delilah does not trust you with money and therefore offers you a little spot, a little seating, a place that you can just play in one of her 2 bakeries.
She's
There you
honored.
go. Yeah.
So excited.
Especially since the guy that you murdered stiffed you on the
Yeah.
gig. Yeah.
Seriously.
Funny
How
about
dare
that.
he die?
Oh man. All right.
He still owes me. I'll find him.
Let me check a few little comments here.
Find him, he's dead.
We'll level up enough to start plane shifting and stuff.
Wifflepossum.
That'll be her new goal.
Wifflepossum correctly notes that y'all look so cute. Let's see. Dibbykins is using my emotes. That makes me happy. That dude Daniel, GG. Great session, guys, says Dancerhawk. Thank you guys for sticking it out. This was a little longer than we normally go. Thank you guys for hanging on here. We wanted to make sure and put a cap on this so that we can get back to Rhymehold Ritual next week. Thank you again. This was a lot of fun. Thank you three for entertaining me and joining me on the stream and bringing to life a crazy idea of a session. Full disclosure, do any of you listen to Irish folk songs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes.
There's a song called Mary's Wedding.
Mm-hmm.
And I always thought that song sounded like Ma Reed's Wedding when you say it with an Irish accent.
Oh, yeah.
And so when I heard that song, I was like, now I gotta come up with this session about a Ma Reed getting married.
I love that.
So I was delighted that a bard could join us for that one, because, you know.
Well, I'm just delighted to be here.
All right. I'm excited to go back and see if there were any clips from this so we can pick a winner later this week. Thank you, everyone who joined us. Thank you three again, especially. I'll be talking to you guys about this and geeking out about it, through the rest of the week. I'm sure it's late for some of us and we need to go. I will remind Friday night. Pardon me. The whiskey's coming back. Friday night, 7 p.m. I'm going to set Monster Mash going on this channel.
Oh, I already forgot.
So much fun.
Pay attention to our social media. I will be posting reminders. Go ahead and say what you were going to say.
I was just going to say, if you thought we were chaotic this time, we're 10 times worse than that one.
Yeah. Much worse.
It was so stupid fun. That one was so great.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I'm posting 3 links in the Twitch chat right now. If you're still subscribing and you haven't clicked these links before, these are the links to know what is coming up on the stream so that you don't have to wait until last minute to know. Our YouTube, where I talk about stuff and announce stuff. My Twitter, where I talk about stuff and announce stuff and retweet everything that these 3 do as often as I see it. As well as our Discord, where we pull people from to participate in fun little stuff on stream with us sometimes. So make sure that you go there. Everything goes through that Discord. With that, I think it's late enough that we need to just call it. Anything else from you ladies? Any quick reminders? Any quick announcements?
No, but I distinctly remember we promised a wig throw.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we gotta do that. Here we go.
Yeah, get your
hear you
headphones
guys
off while I get
anymore.
these horns.
Didn't
Ready?
work for me.
Yep, ready?
Yeah, go!
1, 2, 3.
Ah.
That was an actual throw. Oh, wow, this is a look. Yeah.
Oh, my bangs are like vertical.
Oh,
I
love that feeling.
I got a little hair flippy like on Tsuki's head. Okay.
Look just as good without the wigs. Ah, man.
The makeup always feels a little jarring when the wig comes off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I
why.
thought I ripped an ear off too for a second. It's just stuck. Okay.
No, you're good. All right, guys. Looking forward to Monster Mash on Friday. We'll be back to Rhymehold Ritual on Monday. Follow us on Twitter. Join our Discord. Join the guild on Facebook. Pay attention to everything we do on social media, and we will be back to you soon with more stuff. Love y'all. Love y'all. And good night.
Bye.
All right.
See ya.
Bye.